One podcast has crushed the horror landscape, leaving behind the silent audio waves of all of those who have came before. Introducing our host. This man needs no introduction, but needs 7 takes to record his own. He is known for rating bad movies high and known for rating good movies high. Don't try to call him because he only phones it in. He is our host from the foreign land of Canada, Moodz 616. This man is willing to die even on the smallest of hills. He argues to the point in which he disagrees with himself. A man who knows a remake when he sees one. He is the Mexican-born super producer known as the humble one and the sexy one, JP. They are known for creating superstars out of their guests. They are known for being the #1 horror podcast on the Horrorphilia network, except for when they allow others to take a turn. They are the devil's advocate of horror podcasting. They are the 22 shots of Moodz and horror.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 82 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast is coming at you live. I am your host, Moodz 616, also known as Moodz. And of course, I've always got my hearty Mexican beef taco double shot J at my table, also known as JP. What's going on, my player with the spicy hot sauce flow? Yeah. What's going on, man?
Who's that?
Who's what?
Who are you here with?
Double Shot J, motherfucker.
Who's that guy?
I have no idea. Who is Double Shot J? I have not heard that name in a long time. I'm thinking maybe like 5 weeks around that time. Has it been about that long?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I heard he died.
Oh, shit, man. Rumors.
Oh, did you think that I was him?
But if you did, if he died, I'm thinking maybe he might be back from the dead right now.
No.
Is he back from the dead?
No, this is Double Shot G.
Double Shot G.
Yeah,
the reincarnation of Double Shot J. He did officially die?
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Well, I'm here with Double Shot G at my table. You know, he's the one with the spicy hot sauce flow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stands for Gary, by the way.
Double Shot Gary. Well, nice to meet you, Double Shot Gary. It's nice to have you on the show. Episode 82. And I hope you're familiar with this trilogy that we're going to be covering on the show. It's dating all the way back to 1997, and of course it is the I Know What You Did Last Summer trilogy. Are you familiar with these films?
No, because I thought we was covering the Scream trilogy, quadrilogy.
Damn. 5 weeks can't get things organized, and this actually makes sense. I should have been expecting this. My bad. You should never assume anything in the podcast world, right? Never assume anything.
I guess I could probably just wing it. You know, I doubt these movies have much substance.
Probably no substance whatsoever. Got some pretty big boobs in them, though.
Let's just pretend that I watched them. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good, man. So what is going on, Double Shot G? What's new? I mean,
what?
I shouldn't even say what is new. I don't even fucking know you.
What is anything?
Yeah, what is anything? What are you about?
Oh, geez. I can't do it anymore, guys. I'm sorry. That it was hard.
Yes, that is right.
Yeah, I'm
Shot
back.
J has not died. Double Shot J
still
has
here.
not died.
I'm still here. Though I imagine that most people assume that I died. I do poke around on the book group, obviously, but I have a feeling that that's not the majority of our listeners. Seems like most people probably don't comment or write in or anything like that or communicate in the group or anything.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're back. Hopefully, we'll get a little more consistent. I doubt we'll be back in 100% full force right away, but kind of maybe like a funnel towards that. We'll funnel out towards the regular schedules again, which will be cool. We did have, obviously, in the last episode, like 5 weeks ago, we said that we were going to be doing the Believers Believers show. But, you know.
That would have been episode 82.
Yeah, but, I mean, we have the 4th of July next week, so figured that we would, you know how I am, Moodz. You know me. Like, I love doing the themes and, like, keeping with the
man, me too,
calendar and stuff. So if it's Valentine's Day, well, shit, next year we probably won't have a Valentine's Day movie because there ain't no more. But, you know, Christmas, there's plenty of those. So we'll always do Christmas episodes and probably a few more summer ones and stuff like that.
This worked itself out pretty well, though. I mean, usually every summer we like to do, like, you know, a summer kind of franchise or trilogy. You know, of course, this one is, I know we did last summer, but it also falls on, you know, Independence Day too. So that's a double whammy right there, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's great. That's awesome. But like we said, we were kind of joking about it before the top of the show. I think we're running out of these summer trilogy / franchises, except for the big one, which, you know, kind of
saving it for last.
Saving it for last, I guess. Maybe, who knows? I mean, no, I shouldn't say there would be more in between now and then. It's definitely not going to happen. But yeah, no, it's good to hear your voice again, man. It's good to be back doing this. It's just kind of ironic that, you know, in episode 81, we were almost bragging about how we'd been, you know, we've been on a huge hot streak, a huge tear of the show. It'd been about 8 or 9 straight weeks where we hadn't missed a week, and then all of a sudden, bam, we missed 5.
Yeah, so, really, really crazy. I mean, it serves us right. The horror podcasting gods do not take kindly to braggers. That's for damn sure. But, you know.
Oh, yeah, they laid the smackdown on us right there. They're like, no, don't even bring up that shit. Here you go.
Yeah, they smack you back to reality really quick. Of course, it was my turn to sort of put the stop to the show. It hasn't been me for a long time. Normally it's you or Jeremy that shit comes up and we have to take breaks and stuff, but it was me this time. Like the first summer that Moodz is able to actually record all summer, and like I fuck it up.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, just some craziness going on. And I had to pump the brakes a little bit, but it's starting to wind down now. So I figured we could get together and at least do one here.
Hey man, it happens to the best of us, and you know, at least we're back doing this episode, and I think things are looking up. So you know, it's just great to be doing this one. You know,
absolutely. And I know people have been wanting it, and a few people have asked you about it. A few people have asked me about it. Which, guys, I got to say right now, that's probably the best way to get us to come back. And I mean, granted, if something's seriously going on, like I'm not going to come back just when I'm not ready, but it definitely adds to the motivation of us coming back. A lot of people don't like that. Like, quit bugging me. Like, I don't want to hear that. Like, I'm busy. Like, I'll come back when I come back. Fuck that. Blow me up, annoy me. You know what I'm saying? Because like to me,
hit me up on my pager.
It makes me. I used to have one of those actually.
Yeah, of course.
But you know, it makes me excited. It makes me. If I see that people are like wanting it and people are missing it, like that inspires me. I don't know how other shows get annoyed at that, because I've literally seen shows, you know, lash out at their listeners because they're like, look, we're busy, you know, I got other stuff going on, like we're not coming back and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, just blow me up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have no problem with that whatsoever.
Yeah.
I try to get back. I mean, just oddly enough, in the last 3-4 days, I've had, you know, multiple people ask me, and I was like, well, you know, we might be coming back pretty soon. I didn't really tell them for sure, but it was just kind of maybe a little coincidental. But no, there has been a bunch of people over the last, you know, couple weeks, especially because I think it's starting to really kind of hit people that maybe don't roam the Facebook group. And if you're on there, you probably do know what's going on. But if you don't, you know, a lot of comments are coming straight to my, you know, Messenger and videos and stuff like that. And so I just kind of give them a brief explanation of what's going on, but it is nice to keep hearing from people that they do care. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And you know, another big motivation was seeing the Horrorphilia numbers come out the other day.
Oh, man.
I'd forgotten that we even put out shows in May. So seeing that we had, 2 shows in the top 10, number 1 and number 2, and then we had one at number 4, which was the Mini Shots episode.
Yeah, well, we had 3 of the top 4 episodes, which was interesting because there was a podcast that was missing from that top 10, though, wasn't there?
Was there?
I think I swear there was a show that wasn't on there. I was like, okay, but you know, nevertheless, we had 3 of the top 4 episodes, and I'd actually kind of forgot about mini shots too. When I saw the rankings, I was like, oh yeah, mini shots.
I was actually surprised that mini shots did that well.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised actually too, but it was nice to see the 2 shows that we did, episode 80 and 81, I guess, hit the number 1 spot, which,
Shram,
it's just, Shram.
And the anthology show, yeah.
And it was just, I the first thing I pictured when I looked at that list was Brandon and Dave Z's faces.
Yeah, they're like, we thought we got rid of them. They were gone. They weren't here anymore.
They run a high. Yeah.
So definitely made me smile. Obviously, like I had a comment the other day that said that I'm like a arrogant dickhead and stuff, and I was like, yeah, a little bit. But that's
but you're the humble one though. But you're the humble one.
It's all in good fun. Like it would be different if I took myself 100% seriously and I truly felt that way. But like I'm playing a character, like I'm having fun with it, and I guess I'll mention this.
There is a lot of people recently that I think. Well, I've come to the conclusion that they do not understand your sense of humor. No, whatsoever, 100%. Because it showed on a recent video that you did, and also just the comments and things like that. Actually, we'll get into this a little bit later because there is actually a voicemail that kind of cracked me up. So we'll get into that shit. But
which voicemail are you talking about?
There was a really, really quick one. It was about
okay. Well, I did want to talk about that later too. So we will talk about that.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's relatable.
Anyway, I'm happy as hell to be back. I obviously said that I had retired from podcasting, but like all great everybody's who retire, they always can't stay away, which I knew going into it. It was just the way that I worded things to be to make a big deal out of it. So I felt it, like I was like I need to feel this, that I'm leaving, just so it can make me want to come back. I don't know. I knew I wasn't done for sure, like for good, obviously, like I'm very,
but not knowing when you're able to come back is kind of, it's a devastating thing because all you want to do is just throw in the towel. It's like, if I don't have,
I was definitely getting frustrated as hell.
If I can't, give you any type of date when we're going to be able to come, I totally understand where you're coming from. It was just so frustrating to me because everyone was like, oh, JP, what's going on and stuff. And I was like, hey guys, I'm hurting over here too. It was because we were on such a roll, and I was like, and then all of a sudden I was all bummed out, and even the wife was like, what's the matter? And I'm like, we should be recording tonight.
Yes.
It was doing that to me, and it didn't actually fully hit me until about 2-3 weeks later, and I was like, it's a long break. I was like, holy shit, man. And I was just watching like random films, and I didn't really have there was no method to my madness of what was going on in my daily lives with film watching and stuff. Cause
dictates like what
it's almost a structure.
Yeah.
It's almost a structure because there are certain things that I do watch. Like I'll watch Italian films. I'll watch what we're watching for the featured reviews. I'll watch other things specifically for what we watched, and so on. Right. But I was just like all over the place. I was like watching fucking just weird shit, man. I don't know. It's just, it's weird how it's weird how it just totally affects you, and then you don't realize for a while,
Yeah.
But,
and you are right about that, where I seriously had no idea. It could have been honestly, it's a little shorter than I pictured, to where I would be able to record again, but I didn't know if it was going to be like 3, 4, 5, 6 months. So that's one of the reasons why I just said like I'm done, just so everybody understood, like, to not think that it was a short-term thing, I wanted everybody to know that I like, it was a serious situation that I'm going through right now, and I have to step away for a little bit. But straight up, like, I love podcasting more than a lot of things. Like, it's one of my favorite hobbies for sure. I love the preparation. I love the feedback. I love I guess like the artistic flair that you get sometimes with it, trying to improve. Like I always am one of those people that like to improve with a lot of things I do, such as, just speaking in general. I can't talk for shit most of the time, but like as I go on and I do it more, I feel like I get a little bit better at it and a little bit better at it. And it helps in regular day life. It even helps with my job, which is a management job where I have to like speak in front of, you know, a group of people and get my points across. So it is definitely a skill that takes a while to develop. I'm still developing, but it's fun to sort of get better at it. And podcasting is probably one of the best things to do to sort of improve your speech and, you know, talking in front of people or whatever. Love it. Love podcasting. It's super fun.
So let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Do you think that this return right now is going to help, you know, kind of motivate and maybe kind of, you know, just kind of get that ball rolling to do a little bit more? Do you think it'll, like, in a way, almost, you know, I don't know, I would say that you were depressed or anything before, but, you know, do you think this is going to help you mentally just to kind of push you towards, I know that we still can't really plan out too many things, but do you think this is kind of that kick right in the ass to be like, hey, you know, now I'm motivated enough that I can kind of overshadow some of my personal things and just kind of, you know, I mean, of course, life always comes first. You know what I'm saying? But do you think maybe this is maybe kind of help you burst out of that, you know, that gray bubble that you're in right now?
I do. And at least that's the idea behind it. Like, that's what I was hoping for. Obviously, if we, you know, one of the things that does motivate me, and obviously we podcast for ourselves, but one of the things we do is one of the things we enjoy about podcasting is talking to each other and conversating about the things we love, which we used to do before we even had a podcast.
Yes.
So we will always do that. But when we go through the effort of recording it and making thumbnails and watching all the films for it and things like that, well,
it becomes real.
We're doing that for the listeners. You know, we do it for us, but we do it for us in a different way.
Yeah.
And so at the end of the day, anytime we do well, like when our numbers are good on Horrorphilia or our group page grows, or I see a lot of, you know, activity, which, by the way, I'm always scoping out. Like, sometimes I don't comment and stuff, or if I'm busy, but I'm always reading all the comments and reading all the posts and stuff. I love that stuff. I absolutely love it. Anytime we get any feedback, whether it's via email on the videos that Moodz uploads, the comments on the Horrorphilia section, the comments in the group page, I read it all. Sometimes I don't respond, you know, because I'm lazy, let's be honest, but I read it all and I take it into consideration, and I'm thankful for it. So whenever we get strong amounts of feedback, that motivates me more than anything. You know, if the numbers do well and people, you know, are active and are excited to be back, for us to be back and stuff, then that'll even motivate me more. But the idea is, yes, like, hopefully me getting back into the swing of things, missing it a little bit, realizing that I miss it a little bit, will sort of give me the extra motivation to sort of make it work in between my hectic life right now.
Yeah, man. Yes. I am just ecstatic right now that we're back doing this, and so I don't have to see any more comments. Like I said, it was about 2-3 weeks after I read a comment. I don't remember if it was on our group page or somewhere else. I think it was. I'm not even 100% sure, but it said "day ruined." I guess they just found out or something that we were going to be on some type of heist or whatever. It said "day ruined." Something, and then it said, like, "rest in peace to 22 shots" or something.
Oh, damn.
And I was like, "Oh man, that's brutal." You know, so,
listen,
but no, I mean, there has been lots of people keeping in touch, and I want to thank so.
And we've had our detractors who said that, you know, I've seen comments say that, you know, oh, this is the end of the podcast, or, you know, and this was before I even put up the retirement thing and other issues that we had. I think when Jeremy left, or, you know, different things way back when we took our first summer break and we took our second summer break. Seemed like when we took our second summer break, like, everybody forgot that we had done it before, and they're like, "Oh, this must be the end." And I'm like,
there was lots of comments like that.
I'm like, it's not the end, dude. Like I feel like we have longevity compared to a lot of other shows. First of all, a lot of other podcasts don't really last more than 20 episodes. Yeah, we're approaching 100, and I don't really see much slowing down. Like, in fact, I mean, well, obviously they're slowing down, but I don't see an end, you know, like, there's really no end to me unless me or you dies. But
which is probably worst case scenario.
Yeah. I mean, I could probably do this for the rest of my life as long as I have the time to do.
But the thing is, though, you know, like, recently, There's been actually multiple people that probably didn't know exactly your situation and things like that had contacted me, and they said, oh, I thought that JP, kind of retire. I guess they probably knew a little bit, I guess. Mm-hmm. But what's up with the MMA podcast? And I was like, hey, you're going to have to go and talk to him.
Yeah, because probably you...
well, people started questioning it and being like, okay. And then I think there was like minor grumblings of they broke up.
Yeah. Well, that's what I figured. I didn't really think that through when I first did it, but I definitely realized that there were probably people to think that what it was we ended on bad terms or something, and then that was just our way of like separating or something like that.
Somebody messaged me and asked me why I left the show, and I was like,
"You left the show?"
Yeah, why I left the show, and I should have sent you the message, and I was like, I didn't, man. I was like, where'd you get that from? I actually just laughed, and I was like, that's funny. Like, where did you get that from?
So let me explain the MMA thing real quick, because I explained it in the MMA show, but I know that there's hundreds of people that hadn't listened to that do listen to this. So, okay. One of the very many reasons why I stopped doing the 22 Shots podcast, and this is just one of many, is schedule. You guys gotta realize, like, me and Moodz sit down for anywhere from 2, very rarely, hours, all the way up to 5 hours recording this thing, okay? That's a huge chunk of time to set aside. Not to mention the post-production is another couple hours that I have to do within the next 2 days, 3 days after we record. So, to set aside the 5 hours, usually, like right now, it's 11:37 p.m. East Coast time. That requires me to not work the next day, usually, because I'm going to be tired as hell by the time we're done with this. So my schedule had got jacked up, as well as a bunch of other things. So to set aside that amount of time was just near impossible for what I was doing. And not to mention, I'm going off of Moodz' schedule as well. For example, I'm available 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. almost every day. That's East Coast time. Moodz is absolutely 100% never available during those times. So that means that I do have time to do things, but it's not going to line up with his. So that's why I was kind of fiending to do a little podcasting, and I didn't want to go start like another horror podcast or anything like that. And I didn't want to schedule around somebody else. So I was just like, I'm going to just talk about MMA for a little bit. And another thing, guys, I don't record that all at once. I do it in like 20-minute segments here and there, like whenever I feel like it. And then I just add it all up at the end of the week. Very little editing, little to no editing. It's super quick to put together, guys. Like, it's I don't even notice I'm doing it, because it's like, just here, I have the mic already plugged in, I just hit record, I record another little segment, add it to the other 3 segments, add it to the 4th segment, and that's it. That's the show. So it's not that I went out and like did this whole grand another podcast thing. It's literally a little ass thing that I'm doing.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's just getting my mind off of things. That's
therapy,
kind
man.
of what I'm using it for.
It's therapy. As long as you kind of, working with that bug, a little bit, it's therapeutical, I think, man.
Yeah.
I think it's essentially what it is.
So yeah, I mean, welcome back, 22 Shots. I'll say it.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. That's awesome, man. Honestly, man, it's been, 5 weeks or whatever. And dude, like, as much as I was missing doing the show, I've been really, really busy. And it's kind of funny, too, because there was a couple Thursdays where it would have been really sketchy, when we usually record for me, because there was some baseball games that were moved until Thursdays, and then it would have got later for you, and it would have been kind of funny. So, it is it's interesting how things work out like that.
Yeah.
So, but still, I was having a time with it, and I was like, I want to get back. I want to get back right now. But so I started making. Actually, this month I've done a lot of videos and got back to the gym, and because I've been drinking a lot, on the weekends while I've been, camping and stuff. So been doing a lot of partying and stuff. So, but that's pretty much my summer, man. That's all I've been doing.
Cool.
Nothing out of the ordinary. Absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. So. But no, it's just, having the kid and between BMX and baseball and just other extracurricular activities. It's been, it's tough, man. It's really tough. So, but, yeah, glad to be back, man. Really, really glad to be back. And,
Thanks. I'm glad to be back. And, it's awesome to be back together again.
Yeah, dude, it's just, it's nice to hear your voice on the other side, and just it feels natural,
Definitely.
Nothing
it does. It never is awkward or uncomfortable between me and Moodz, because we have a long chemistry that we've built over being friends for the last, probably like 4 years now or something, huh?
Yeah. Pretty much 5 years. I mean, it was early 2011, 12. 4 or 5 years, something like that. I don't really know, but yeah, no, it's been a while, and you just you learn that over time. See, and that's the thing, man. I get your sense of humor. Some people just.
Yeah, I know, man. I know.
That's one of the things that comes with time. It's like, oh, okay, he's joking.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. All good. Episode 82. I know what you did last summer. Trilogy will be coming up in the featured reviews, of course. And JP, do we got some news? I'm sure we got some news.
Yeah. I definitely didn't want to go super full and get like 5 weeks worth of news. So I just got the stuff that kind of surfaced in the last week or two.
Yeah.
So first up, normally we kind of talk about the release announcements later, but I just decided to start it off with these because I was really excited about them. So Arrow Video announced a couple titles, and the first title they announced was Dead End Drive-In, which of course is an Ozploitation film. It was previously released on DVD by Anchor Bay, I think you said?
Yeah.
Okay, and then they announced Slugs, which, by the way, what an effing cool cover art on both of those titles.
Yeah, man. Whew, I was floored by those. I was like, awesome. And again, that was released by Anchor Bay.
Yeah, I was talking to Moodz before the show, and I was mentioning how I normally don't like Arrow's cover arts. Usually realistically, probably about 1/3 of the time I like them. But all three of these announcements, I really like the cover art. Probably Slugs is my favorite. Super, super good. And then finally they announced this fucking super edition of The Hills Have Eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So brand new 4K restoration on that. Rest in peace to Wes Craven, obviously. No new special features with Wes Craven, but there was a lot packed on the old release, and I'm sure that they'll go get a few new things with other people.
Man, I was a little bummed out at first. I was like super stoked. I was like, oh man, The Hills Have Eyes. I thought it was part 1 and 2 when I saw this like monstrosity of an
like
edition.
It a little bit.
And I was like, oh, that's just the first one. I was like, oh, but it's still cool. It's, it's kind of in the realm of like Society and, Bloodbath and those type of editions, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense. But at first I was just a little tad bit bummed out. I was like, even though The Hills Have Eyes part 2 isn't that great, it would have been nice to get like that type of treatment for it too.
You know what it even been nicer? Had they did some crazy shit and released The Hills Have Eyes trilogy.
The Hills Have Eyes trilogy.
And they included Mind Ripper, which was once released as Hills Have Eyes Part 3.
That's right.
A Wes Craven film. I think that has absolutely nothing to do with those films, but...
No, it's kind of like the equivalent of, an Italian film that just uses a name.
Yeah.
Who owns that film?
I don't know. Oh, you know who I think owns it? Bill from Code Red.
Yeah, of course. Fucking Bill owns everything, man. Yeah, Mind Ripper. I don't think Mind Ripper's ever had an official release, has it?
No, not besides the one that's coming out from Code Red.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah.
But, so one thing that I wanted to mention about these titles, I don't know if they have release dates yet. I didn't see them say that they had release dates. These are both US and UK releases. But Moodz, so you mentioned that these were all previous releases of Anchor Bay, correct?
Yes, they were. Yep.
Okay, so do you know what else was previous release? Well, let me put it this way. So those were Anchor Bay releases, but do you know who owned them?
I do not know.
Okay, so Image Entertainment owned those films.
Oh, they owned all of them? Wow, okay.
Yes. So, as you know, Image does not sublicense, or shall we say did not sublicense, because of course, people requested films for a long time to Scream Factory. Hey, release House. And they're like, can't, Image owns it, and they don't sub-license. And then, of course, Arrow Video comes along, and they've released some films that are under Image's library, but they released them in the UK. But I don't know if they were owned by Image in the UK either, because sometimes it's wonky and different. But it's very interesting because although Anchor Bay has released these films in the past, they were owned by Image. So I first noticed this when they announced, I believe, The Stuff and Bride of Reanimator, both of which were Image Entertainment titles. And I was like, wait a minute. Mm-hmm. Are we seeing like a deal here? Or is this, or something happening? And then, of course, they announced The Hills Have Eyes. They announced, what is it? Bride of Reanimator, Hills Have Eyes, Return of the Killer Tomatoes.
Yep.
Dead End Drive-In, and Slugs.
So they're starting to release quite the catalog of these Image-owned films.
Yes, exactly. So, so I went in and figured out which other Image titles I remembered seeing, and I would not be surprised at all if we see them come out through Arrow Video. Okay, so last time I checked, Image also owned House 1 and House 2.
Yes.
Which I love those films, so I would be very excited to see Blu-ray releases for those.
Which were all released by Anchor Bay at one time.
Yes, they were. I actually owned the double edition Anchor Bay, but from back in the day.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Return to Horror High, also released under Anchor Bay. That was actually in the Campy Classics 6-pack that they released as well. You remember that?
Yeah. I actually just sent a copy of that to Derek.
So yeah, the Return to Horror High, Transylvania 65000.
Nice.
Flowers in the Attic.
Yep.
The Stuff, obviously. Slugs. This is a big one for me. Cannibalistic Humanoid Underground Dwellers.
Yes, Chud.
Yes. Also, Vamp.
Yeah, which was actually like an older release by Arrow. It was one of their
their UK releases.
Yeah, one of their first Slipbox editions.
Yep.
Which was obviously released by Anchor Bay. Yeah.
Another one would be Elvira, Mistress of the Dark.
Mm-hmm.
And these are sort of four bigger ones. Creepshow 2, Children of the Corn, and Hellraiser 1 and 2 were all owned by Image the last time I checked. Let me put it this way. They were the last people to release those films.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Is it possible that we see a US version of the Scarlet Box? Can Arrow Video pull it off?
Probably.
Whoa. That's big.
They might be able to.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know who owns
does it
part
depend
3 right now.
I was going to say it depends on the third one.
Yeah.
That is interesting.
Of course, guys, this is all speculation, but I would be willing to put money on it that we at least see Chud.
But this is just not coincidental that so many of these, Image-owned films are getting released. I mean, we're only going to see more. For sure.
And they were all of the films that I mentioned here were all released under the Midnight Madness series that Image relaunched back in like 2011.
Yeah, I think after all those titles were out of print from Anchor Bay or whatever, and then they just re-released them. Yep. So that's right.
We shall see Arrow Video doing things, getting shit done.
That's gonna blow people's lids, man. If Chud starts coming out and
House and House 2. I love both of those House films, by the way.
I always hear those titles get brought up. Chud and House 1 and 2.
Yeah, those are titles that always get brought up. Slugs was another one that always got brought up.
I want to know who the hell owns half the other out of print titles from Anchor Bay, or if they still have them, or what's going on. Because like Superstition and the Manitou, there's so many really, really amazing Anchor Bay titles out there that I don't know. You got to
look at it this way: Anchor Bay was the Scream Factory of its time, right? Like they released film, they sub-licensed all these films from all these different companies, such as Image and and Universal and MGM, and you got to look at it like most of them, the rights reverted back to those companies, and in some cases, and this from what I understand from listening to interviews and stuff, sometimes time affects rights. So sometimes these like rights expire or they revert back to previous owners, but the previous owner is dead. So then it's like in limbo of like who owns it now and stuff like that. So some of these films just take forever. I believe that's the case with stuff like Fright Night 2, and a few. I think I remember hearing that somebody owns Fright Night 2 and they just don't want to release it. That's the same.
See, that's just being ignorant, man.
Keep is the same way. The director of the Keep owns it and he doesn't want it released. Yeah,
Michael Mann owns it. Yeah, I read in an interview one time that he doesn't even care for the film, so he doesn't want it out. So
yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's just too bad because a lot of people want it and I think it would do well.
Like, doesn't Peter Jackson own his films as well, like his old ones?
Bad Taste and Dead Alive, and probably even owns Meet the Feebles too. Yeah,
pretty sure.
I think he does. Yeah,
there was rumors that Image,
but he doesn't. But those titles for him,
those.
I mean, really, Peter. Do you think Peter Jackson really gives a shit about those 3 titles, considering he's got that Lord of the Rings money?
Well, I mean, if like he probably doesn't want to, like he probably want. Do you think he? I've always wondered that about him. Do you think he wants to distance himself from those films, or do you think he embraces like where he came from?
Well, the way I look at it though is that he's really, really made his international name off Lord of the Rings and stuff. And I think he just really likes to embrace that. I don't know if he's ashamed of what he did before or if he really wants to kind of step away from that. I think that he just kind of wants to just let it be what it is. These are cult films, just, hang over in that cult area of the room. I'm not going to, I mean, if you bring them up to me, I will talk about the films, but I'll definitely talk about the films while I'm rolling in my $100 bills for my Lord of the Rings films.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think he's ashamed of it. I just, because there was an interview with Peter Jackson, a couple of years ago, and he even said that, someday he might even, make another horror film or whatever. I mean, it was just,
Peter Jackson.
He never really went on to elaborate at all of what he would like to do or where he would want to go with that or whatever. But he did say horror film, and I thought that was actually quite interesting because, this is way after the fact of his last one, Meet the Feebles, which came out, early 90s? 93, 94, something like that. So it's been a long time since he's been in that realm. So for him to even say that is, it's a glimmer of hope. It's a glimmer of hope. So I honestly don't think he's ashamed of what he did. And I mean, how could you be? Bad Taste and Dead Alive? Come on. That shit's fun. Super fun stuff.
Yeah, definitely. But one you're forgetting of is the Frighteners from 96.
Oh yeah, the Frighteners that's right. So that would have been his last film, yeah. How did I forget about the Frighteners? Jesus Christ, I saw a movie in the theater,
especially since you have to watch it soon.
Exactly. And it's got my favorite actor in it also, and Jeffrey Combs, so that's just ridiculous.
Okay, so I definitely think that you people out there listening will I'd be willing to put money on it that you'll at least see like House 1 and 2 and like Vamp and Chud get announced. As for like Hellraiser and Children of the Corn, I'm not going to put money on that.
So my question is that when Scream Factory was asked about these titles, they basically flat out said that, Image doesn't sublet their, their titles and stuff, which is fine. But if all these titles are slowly getting kind of released by Arrow Video, what is the deal there? Do you think it is the international licensing or something like that? But to have so many, is Scream Factory just failing on all accounts to acquire titles? Or did they just give up super easy?
So,
but these are the titles.
Multiple things that it could be. One, Image and I keep saying Anchor Bay. Image and Arrow Video might already have a relationship from the titles that they released in the UK, if those titles were also owned by Image, or just relationships. Maybe Arrow was better at building a relationship with Image to get those titles, or even this is something else. Maybe they're paying more, taking risk on them that Scream Factory didn't see that the risk was there. But see, that doesn't make much sense to me because they couldn't get a single title. So
I think that Scream Factory has just gotten so big that, you know, I mean, look at them signing their IFC deal. I mean, these films that they're acquiring have to be really cheap to acquire, right? They're thinking, well, we can get these into Walmarts and things like that. And I think that's just kind of what their motto is right now. I think they really don't want to take that risk of spending all that money on these big kind of cult titles like Chud and things like that and not have them sell because, you know, they started out doing this, right? Acquiring some of these, you know, more elite type cult titles, and some of them didn't sell like they thought they were going to. So I think they changed their route and essentially just kind of cheaped out. Or Arrow is just a way better company and they're just like, fuck it, man, we're taking every goddamn chance. I mean, I don't know if that makes you a better company.
I doubt that that's it, because I don't think that Arrow really...
But how are they, like, they just all of a sudden got Image? It just seems so crazy.
Well, I honestly do think that it's all about, I mean, probably the relationship. Like, they obviously got in somehow where the door was closed for Scream Factory. Because let's say that Scream Factory didn't want to take a risk on something like Chud. There's no way in hell that they wouldn't take a risk on something like House or even something.
But see, that makes me question their business motto and, like, just the people that are running this and stuff, because they're supposed to be cult fans themselves and they should know what the fans want. I mean, if I was part of Scream Factory, the last thing in the world that I would ever do is walk away from trying to acquire Chud or House 1
yeah,
and
but
2,
that's what I'm saying. I don't think they did that. Like, because I know for a fact that the Stuff, I've heard them say this, the Stuff is one of their most requested titles, and they consistently said they can't get it. So I think that they would have got it had they had the chance. I just think that it comes down to Image said no for whatever reason to them. And Image did not say no for whatever reason to Arrow. Maybe Arrow just has a
it comes down to the mighty dollar.
It might not even though. It might come down to a previous relationship that got him in the door to have that. Maybe they weren't even taking meetings about it or anything, you know? I would bet that it has something to do with the way they got in and not necessarily what the deal was, because...
But of course, this is all speculation. This is just, you know, made for entertainment value.
Absolutely.
But you know, and, you know, it's interesting to talk about because I would really like to know what happened there because, you know, Image being, you know, an American company, and Scream Factory being an American born company too, you think that it would just have that relationship kind of bond right there. You know, I just find it very interesting that Arrow just seems to be killing it, man. Like it's just insane. I mean, I was laughing so hard the other day, man. Like when they fucking announced Slugs, Dead End Drive-In, and Hills Have Eyes. Yeah. Well, and the same day, Scream Factory announced like a couple IFC titles, and I was like, that does not look good, you know, at all.
I think that it honestly is less about like a money thing and more just about Arrow found a way to get in, because there's no way in hell Scream Factory is going to turn down a title like The Hills Have Eyes. You know, well, they would have released one Image by now. You know what I'm saying? In that long run, if they were able to get stuff from Image.
I'm not saying that they turned it down. I'm just saying maybe they didn't have the right people to negotiate the right deal for the two sides.
Yeah.
You know, and then Arrow steps in and goes, well, you know, we have pounds. They're worth a lot more than American dollar. You know, so what we're going to do is we're just going to use these pounds to pound Scream Factory into the ground, pun intended. And we're going to take all the good titles.
The other thing that I was thinking, dude, is, and this could seriously be it too, Image did not sublicense. That's the end of story. Yeah, and then they just decided, hey, we're going to sublicense. And maybe Arrow got there first.
But they obviously are doing it. Let's face it, man. They've got to be doing it for the dollar, though, too, because they're seeing what Arrow's doing. And I think Arrow's doing really well with sales and shit.
Yeah, but Arrow's not doing as good as Scream Factory is. That's for sure.
But you also have to realize, you have to factor in the amount of titles that these companies are releasing too. Arrow versus Scream Factory titles per month is crazy. I mean, you might get 1 or 2 Arrows, but you're having a minimum of 6 Scream Factories to 8. So of course they're selling more, but I mean, what is their overhead here? They got to be putting out some type of.
Yeah, but they're in Walmart, dude. Like you can't even compete with that. Like the amount of revenue that. First of all, Shout Factory is one of the biggest revenue companies for home media. That's a fact.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, these titles that are in Walmart, non-horror fans are buying these titles. They're like, oh, that one's $9.99. I'll pick that shit up. Yeah, exactly.
So even though as like a cult fan, Arrow is, you know, making more money off of the cult fan, if in pure dollar per dollar, they wouldn't be able to outbid Scream Factory. They just wouldn't. So I think it's more of a tactical approach. Arrow had a better tactical approach in probably getting that deal done. Because, you know, it's not always about like the money that you pony up, right? Like it's about some sort of like, you know, long-term things, you know, it could be anything. There's so much that goes into this stuff that we probably don't know about. And
you know what really sucks about this though is that
we don't know about it and nobody will say anything.
Yeah, we'll probably never know how they acquired all these or the actual real specs list. But the best thing about not knowing about how these things actually develop and how they go down is that it just allows us to keep talking about it for episodes.
Yeah, I know, right?
We can just keep elaborating. Oh, they got this title. And then we can start speculating like, well, at one time Elite owned that. And, you know, and then it went to Image and fucking, yeah. So it's good conversation pieces. But,
I wish somebody would
it's interesting.
Answer to it though. Like, hey, Scream Factory, like, why did Arrow get these titles and you could?
I feel like they're obligated not to because it is a business aspect of what the business is. You're basically kind of talking essentially numbers if that's what it's about. You know, they offered us like fucking £1 million for, we'll give them like fucking 45 titles or something, go to town with them, you know, and I mean, obviously they would not be able to, you know, disclose the amounts and figures and things like that. It's business, right? You just can't do that publicly. So, I don't know. It's really interesting. I find it very, very interesting, you know,
yeah.
And
I mean,
it's really making
regardless
Arrow
of
look
what
damn
it
good.
is. Yeah, Arrow found a way, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. They did what Scream Factory could not do, whether it was a money thing or whether it was just maybe they Image, you know, had a previous relationship with Arrow, or they liked Arrow better, or the people who represent Arrow are easier to deal with, whatever it is. Or maybe there's even some, who knows, there could be some bad blood between Image and fucking Shout Factory, you know, from years prior. You never know.
Yeah, man. So there's probably some guy that's working at Shout Factory / Screen Factory that maybe once worked for Image or maybe came from Elite or some like random company. Is like,
yeah, well, that's definitely
Harry.
Probably the case.
We're not doing
because there's
business with
guys
Harry.
who worked for Anchor Bay who work for Scream Factory now. Like they're on the special features sometimes, or they're on the Comic-Con floors, like talking about like their careers and stuff.
Totally makes sense because these are industry guys, right? You know, it's like being in the sports world. Like, you know, some players, they play for 7-8 teams. It's like, it is what it is. You get passed around. You know, you go to the next best thing. So yeah, I mean, that completely makes sense, but yeah.
All right. So I knew that was going to be a big chunk of the news. So, let's move on here. Apparently.
Oh, we're still doing the news? Fuck.
Yeah. The Conjuring 2, there's a scene in the movie that sort of just came about out of the middle of nowhere. Like, they had the lead character like painting a picture, and there was something on the picture, and then somebody like had an idea like, hey, we should change the picture from, you know, whatever this stupid thing is to like a demonic nun. And I guess it looked pretty creepy, and it like spooked the execs and stuff. Anyway, apparently there are plans to go forward with another spinoff a la Annabelle, where they took another one of the sort of I don't know what it would be, like mythology of the film of the Conjuring world, and sort of branching it off into its own backstory. Which, I mean, judging by the still that I've seen from the film, it does look creepy, like a demonic nun. Hell yeah, I'm down for that.
Fuck yeah.
You know,
love anything to do with nunsploitation. Shit, sign me up.
Yeah, I'm
good
definitely
stuff.
down. So I hope that moves forward. You know,
oh man,
I'd rather see that than Annabelle 2, which is still happening, by the way.
Fuck, speaking of The Conjuring 2, so me and my boy Dylan, and our other friend Christos, we went to see The Conjuring 2 last Wednesday. And so we're sitting there at the cinema, and we're all bullshitting, the lights are still on, and it's supposed to start at 9:40 at night. And I had just looked at my phone, and I was like, it's like 9:54. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? And just as I was going to say, like, what the fuck is, what are they fucking, you know, I was starting to get a little, I was like wondering what the shit was going on. This usher walks in. She's like, yeah, show's canceled, people. We're having technical difficulties. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I was like, just as I realized, like, something's wrong here. Yeah, sure as shit. So they canceled it, something to do. I'm assuming projector or something like that. But so we got free passes out of the deal, and I was like, lame. I was like super stoked to fucking watch The Conjuring 2.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go Friday, actually.
Yeah, so we're like sitting in there, and I've got this huge bag of popcorn and a large drink, and
That
I'm like,
sucks.
I'm like, this is fucking stupid. So I said to the guys, I'm like, well, what do you guys want to do? You guys want to go back to my house, watch a flick? So of course we went in the film room. Took us an hour to pick one because none of us can pick one. And I said to Christos, he's a buddy of mine, and he's actually lead singer from their band, and he's Greek. He's from Greece, and well, he's Canadian, but his family's from Greece. And so I looked at Island of Death, and I was like, hey, man, have you ever seen this film? It's a Greek film. And he's like, nah, man. So we watched Island of Death. Well, we were just pissing ourselves laughing the whole fucking time because that movie has the greatest dialogue. Awesome. It was fucking. So the night ended up turning out okay. You know, it was a really fun night. But really, like that's never happened to me. I've never been at the cinema and a film got canceled before it got started. That's never happened to me. Yeah,
never happened to me before. I can't decide if I want to see it at the drive-in or the theater.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man.
Yeah.
I like to drive in, but I just can't wait to see it. I keep hearing fucking such good things. I'm avoiding everything on it, and I just can't do it anymore, man.
Yeah, hashtag trailer abstinence.
Yeah.
So we got an announcement for Blu-rays from Synapse. I was wondering when this was going to happen. Basket Case 2 and Basket Case 3 coming to Blu-ray high definition. Courtesy of Synapse Films.
Now, my question is, what do you think of those cover arts?
I like them.
Man, they are awesome, man. I'm thinking, well, I think as I collect, I love Synapse as a company, but I already own those films on Blu-ray and from the second, what the hell's the company? Second Sight out of the UK. In that Steelbook edition, but these are awesome. But man, the pre-orders, you see the pre-order price on Amazon.com for them?
No.
They're like $11 or something.
Oh, really? See, Synapse every once in a while, like when they released Mosquito, it was only like $10.
Yeah,
and
dude, that's crazy.
For every like bullshit thing that they pull with their fucking Tenebrae
Steelbook bullshit,
like they can afford to release Basket Case 2 and 3 super cheap.
But I was really a big fan of like those the artwork.
You're not buying them, are you?
I don't,
There's
probably
not even any new special features.
No, I probably won't actually. See, the only reason I'd be buying them just because I collect the Blu-rays and for the artwork, but that's kind of pointless considering I'm assuming these are new transfers too, because Synapse I think does all their own transfers. But I'd mentioned before when we did the Basket Case trilogy how good the sequels looked on Blu-ray. They look ridiculous, like really good. So
yeah. So
there's no point.
Yeah, those got announced. After that, we have a brief little update on Friday the 13th once again. Brad Fuller, the producer, was interviewed, and he said, origin isn't really the right word for the movie. The word origin got out, and everyone's calling it an origin film now. But that isn't exactly the direction we're taking. It's more of an alternate world that we're creating for Jason. An alternate space, alternate reality. In this film, yes, Pamela and Jason are together in the film, but this is the same Jason we all know and love. He's Jason. He kills teenagers. We went down the origin route with the second Texas Chainsaw Massacre film. They mean Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the beginning. And I think that when you get deep into a character's origin, the character stops being scary at some point. I'm not worried about them demystifying Jason by revealing parts of his backstory.
Demystifying, wow.
Which most fans are familiar with. He also says the story takes place between the late 1970s and early 1980s. There is a summer camp and there are camp counselors. He says, no, we haven't decided whether or not Elias will be in the film, Elias being Jason's father. Again, that was a comment I made, which in response to a question about whether or not Elias would be part of the film, explains Fuller. I said that including Jason's father was an idea, a possibility, but it's not at all a certainty. He'll appear in the film. The main relationship is between Pamela and Jason. Currently, the new Friday the 13th is slated to come out January 2017. So, yeah, technically it would be that's not that far from now. But yeah, so one thing, I like the idea that it's set in the 70s and 80s. I'm down with that. The second thing that I like is, honestly, like, if we're gonna do another fucking origin story, like, why not have Pamela more involved and sort of, create a different story? Like, maybe she's alive when Jason comes back fully, Like, I don't know, like maybe do some shit like that. Cause it doesn't really make sense in the original film, if you remember, right? Like, Jason dies, Pamela goes and kills everybody, and then literally like a year later, Jason is fully grown. Like, it makes no sense, right? So I don't really know.
Yeah, completely.
how that makes sense, but you know, it wouldn't be a terrible thing to sort of do that. I guess, like, if we're gonna do that, if we're gonna do another like origins thing, like maybe do it completely different than the story we know, because the story we know happened and then it happened again, like they told the first 3 films in the Friday remake. So maybe if we just ignored everything that happened with like that origins and just did a different origins, you know, maybe more along the lines of like, you know, like Chainsaw was with like the family. Like, maybe if we're introduced to Jason's family a little bit more and stuff, and like kind of, you know, I can almost see it being more about his family than him, you know?
I think with this whole idea of, you know, introducing the family and things like that, I think it's really, really for the, you know, the hardcore Friday freaks. You know, I think a lot of people just want to see Jason roaming around the woods hacking up people. They don't really care about origin stories or, you know, character development with, you know, past characters, or even bringing new characters into the spectrum, like Jason's father.
See, I agree with you, Moodz, but
I kind of teeter on it though. I teeter on it though, because like one part of me wants to just see, well, I don't want to see Jason in space. I want to see him back in the bush kind of thing. But, you know, a part of me also says, you know, I mean, we've also seen 10 films of him doing, well, 9 films, I guess. Well, I guess 10, including 11.
12.
I guess 12. I guess 11, really. Not including the first film, I guess, if you want to, whatever. But you know what my point is we've seen that a lot. So is it time to elevate it, or is it a mistake to do it for the hardcore? Because you know how people get, you know, it's like, you know, I don't want to change, don't change my shit. Don't change my shit. Just put Jason in the woods, put some titties on screen, and, you know, break people over trees and sleeping bags. So
I think you are on the right track with what you're saying, because we do like the familiar, what we got through part 2 through 8, where it's Jason in Camp Crystal Lake or on a boat, and he's just stalking people down and he's killing them in interesting ways. But I will say, dude, they did exactly that in the remake. And doesn't it feel a little stale? Like it doesn't really work anymore. There was something about that movie where they're doing the same thing they've always done. There's a little origins there, but it's mainly just another Jason movie. But it's not as fun. I don't know if it's because the characters are modern or what it is, but it's just, it doesn't have that factor to it.
There's parts of that movie that I think are really good. I think the first 25 minutes, which I think we've talked about before, which is like the longest stretch of film before the credits start, since it's fucking insane. But that movie gets fun. But I think it loses a lot of passion, and it just loses its focus a lot with the whole underground thing, and just Jason, it's like a totally different character. Almost. It just seems kind of out of this world a little bit. So I think in a way, it's a little forgettable for, you know, the people that really wanted to just see that 25 minutes play out for 90, you know, kind of thing. So I don't know. That was always my main concern with the remake and things like that. But maybe it is time. Maybe it is time to kind of bring in that alternate reality of Jason, and where there has to be a story before, right? You know, if there's a story here, there's a prequel, not a prequel, but there's a story.
You can definitely say that Jason's father, Elias Voorhees, has definitely always been a talking point among fans. Like, we kind of do always wonder, like, okay, was he like a good father? Was he like an abusive father? Was he like just somebody who split after he got Pamela pregnant? Obviously, based on what we know, the tiny bit of information in part 6, like, he was visiting his son's grave. So, like, is there something there? Where can you take that character? And honestly, if you're going to introduce characters, that would probably be the most fascinating character. Of course, you're going to have fans who aren't going to like that, like they didn't with Rob Zombie when he did Halloween, and he gave like a backstory to all, you know, Judith Myers and Sherry Moon Zombie Myers and you know, her his family and stuff. I don't know, man. I usually look, dude, you're going into the 13th fucking Friday the 13th film. Like, it's fine to learn a little bit more. I just don't want the same fucking movie over and over again remade. Like,
yeah,
which is kind of sounds like that's what they're doing a little bit. But at the same time, okay, they can do like a regular remake, because that seems like what we're getting, a remake, or they can like do a completely different world where, you know, we know more about Jason and tell a different story that hasn't been told before. And if you're giving me the choices between like another fucking Origins remake or even just another regular basic Jason film with nothing added to it, then I would rather take the sort of alternate reality one. I don't know what kind of Jason film I would like. Like, I don't know I don't personally know how to make a Jason film other than to bring back characters from the previous films and do like a sequel to the original 9.
I think it's tricky. I think it's really, really tricky if you bring in his character or his dad as a character into the origin story or whatever, because I don't picture him as a nice guy. And if they went that way, I think it would
feel too Rob Zombie Halloweenish.
Not even that. I think it would be just, you're almost kind of, it would just portray that they're really trying to put like the sympathetic kind of twist on it, you know, a little bit like,
Jason's always been kind of a sympathetic character a little bit, but I'm with you on that. I don't want, if anything, I would think that it would make more sense to do the opposite of that and make Jason's father a really nice, like trying to bond with his son, and his mother was batshit crazy the whole time.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's smart. Let's make Jason's father a genuinely nice guy who cares for his son and is and he's like, "What's up, Jason? You know, like let's go fishing, buddy." Like, you know, like almost like a Lance Henriksen Pumpkinhead vibe. You know, and then you got fucking Norma Bates over there, like Betsy Palmer, fucking Pamela Voorhees, like just a bitch cunt. You know what I'm saying?
I think no matter what you do, though, with that story, whomever you make, you know, to be the good or evil one or whatever, you're always going to be teetering on disaster with the fans, because no matter what you do, people are just gonna be like, "Oh, what the fuck," you know, like, "Oh, you can't make Pamela the bitch. She was the one that cared so much about Jason, and she killed all those campers, you know, in his revenge, and you know, she hated him so much, and she was such an evil bitch. Why the fuck would she do that?" So no, you know, it raises questions.
I think the key to that, Moodz, is you have to make it a dynamic relationship. Like, she can't just be like the bitch. Like, there has to be multiple layers. Like, yes, she does have a really strong love for Jason. Like, her and like, she loves him, but she hates everybody else. She hates the world around her. She hates her husband. She hates the people around him. And Jason loves his mom. He's a mama's boy. But his dad is a good dude, and he's always trying to bond with him, and he feels bad for his disabilities that his son has and stuff. And he's like the Lance Henriksen, you know? But that Pamela fucking hates the dad, Elias, but she's crazy, but she loves her son too. So they both love their son, but they hate each other, and there's almost like a competition there, like a subtext competition. Like,
it would be an interesting twist, yeah, to have Pamela like that. Like, she is a bitch to her husband, and you know, she can be nasty to her son.
She's crazy, right? But she's crazy. You picture her how she was at the very end of Friday the 13th, where she's like, Jason was a good boy or something, you know, and she's telling that story. Jason was a special boy. Like, she looks fucking nuts. Like, that's her. That's her. Yeah. But imagine her before she snapped, where she's just crazy and she loves her son, and you know.
But Mac, could you imagine? Could you imagine the sympathy that you'd feel for, you know, the father, Elias, if Pamela she was so nasty, like verbally, but she was also physically abusive to him too? You know, if it got to that point where he was just like, he was almost damaged himself, and like she would be mean to Jay. Oh, I could just get real fucking mad.
Yeah. I mean, because that way,
it would put a real sympathetic twist on it, because you feel bad for him.
Yeah, instead of Jason, which we don't want to necessarily feel that bad for, like maybe to an extent. But but it gives us a sympathetic character in Elias, and it almost gives us a hero character in Elias, you know, and maybe he could die or whatever, but like it without removing anything from Jason and Pamela, the killers of the series.
That's exactly my point. So if you put the story like that, and then, you know, Friday the 13th happens, it makes it's interesting when you put it all into perspective.
Yeah, of course, really, they're not going to do that.
No, because that's actually a relatively good idea.
Yeah, exactly. So that was a little update and our little play on Friday the 13th, 2017. The next little bit of news is a little bit sad. Like, I know that you didn't really care for this film, but I'm sure you cared for some of the other films that this actor was involved in. That's Anton Yelchin. Unfortunately, he did pass away at only the age of 27 years old. He was most known for his role as Charlie Brewster in the 2011 remake of Fright Night, as well as his character in the film Odd Thomas and the recently released critically acclaimed thriller Die Green Room that a lot of popular websites are covering, giving a lot of good reviews to The Green Room. Unfortunately, he did die in an unfortunate accident. Apparently, what I understand was he parked his car at above his mailbox in his driveway, and he went to get the mail, and then the car was not in park, and it started rolling and actually pinned him against a brick wall, and he was killed that way. That's what I understand from the people that I've talked to, which is just a tragic way to go down. And I believe he was late for rehearsal or a casting call or on set or something. So terrible way to go.
Wow.
We definitely, feel sorry for both his family, and I liked him. I loved his performance in the remake of Fright Night. Like, I know you guys give me shit for it, but I actually do.
Right?
What was it?
Was he an Alpha Dog too?
Oh, was that him in Alpha Dog?
I think he was an Alpha. Yeah, I'm
Which
pretty sure
that was an amazing performance.
Alpha Dog's a great film.
Yeah, I love Alpha Dog, man. That is some good stuff. I'll have to check that out real quick, Moodz. But I mean, it's always terrible when we hear that such a young person, not even an actor, just a young. Yeah, he was an Alpha Dog. Fantastic performance. This guy actually made me cry before. That's crazy.
That's right. I figured it was him. Hadn't looked it up, but yeah, I was like, okay.
Yeah. So terrible way to go out. Only 27 years old. Actually born in Russia. How about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really strange way to go. That's a weird one. Yeah, well, rest in peace, man. That sucks. Adding to the long list of fallen soldiers, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So next up, we have a little announcement from Criterion. I don't actually know which of these are horror films except for one, but they announced Night Train to Munich. They announced Zatatuchi, the Blind Swordsman. They announced Blood Simple.
Yeah, that movie's so good. It's the Coen brothers' first film.
Cat People, of course, 1942, I believe. Val Newton. Cat People, we covered it on the podcast a few episodes ago. Valley of the Dolls and Return or Beyond the Valley of the Dolls.
Yeah, that's awesome. Pretty cool stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Criterion, man. Really stoked about that Blood Simple. That's pretty cool. Love that film.
Cat People will probably look great on Blu-ray, honestly, which is actually good that that's getting a release because it is out of print right now.
Mm-hmm.
So good stuff on that. Moving along here, Moodz. The TV show Penny Dreadful, which did get a lot of critical reviews, acclaim, good reviews. People in the horror world seem to really like it. Somebody I work with loved it. Pretty cool show from what I understand. Unfortunately, it is done after 3 seasons. They just had their season 3 finale, and apparently that's it for the show. From what I understand, it was either planned to be ended here, or they at least knew that they were going to end here so that it doesn't like end on a cliffhanger, which is always good.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. That's not a good idea.
Yeah.
But, that was the 3rd season?
Yep.
Wow, it's crazy.
So yeah, at least, good news for me and Moodz is we'll finally be able to check the show out now that it's ended.
Yeah, exactly. But with the death of this show, I'm sure they'll announce like 14 others coming up here.
Yeah.
So
after that, we have an announcement for The Walking Dead Season 6 on Blu-ray and DVD coming out August 23rd. So yeah, another Walking Dead season out on the the video.
Oh, really?
They
August
call
23rd.
Blu-ray. Yeah. After that, we had a little. I guess not. Well, we talked a lot about it over the past couple years being remade, and apparently, like, it's officially underway in Toronto because there's like photos and shit coming out. It has a September 8th release date of 2017, so a little over a year from now, we should be seeing it. And I guess they released like a little photo of like the cast. They weren't like in character or like in the appropriate like outfitting or anything. They were just hanging out like offset. So like people kind of had a negative reaction to it a little bit because they don't look anything like you would picture the original It kids looking like. But it makes sense because they're just in regular like 2016 like clothes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we have to see them in makeup with their like their wardrobes and stuff, you know.
I didn't really expect anything less from people who are like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
That's okay though. It's okay.
Yeah. So after that, we have, this is kind of a little surprising news. The film Stakeland has been sequelized after like a lot of years, and secretly was sequelized. So Dark Sky Films, Glass Eye Pix, and Sci-Fi announced the completion of the production of The Stakelander, the eagerly anticipated follow-up to the acclaimed action horror hit Stakeland. So yeah, the film is based on the original screenplay. It was shot in Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan, Canada.
Yeah. Pretty cool, man. I mean, they made a sequel. Don't you like when that happens? Which just like you don't have to wait for it to
out
get
of the
announced
blues,
and then like casting, and then we're shooting. Nope, we're not shooting. Oh, we got a new script. Oh, we got a new director attached. Let's just wait till the movie's done and announce it that way.
Yeah, no doubt, man. You know, it's funny. Stakeland was one of those films that it had to grow on me. The first time I watched it, I didn't really care for it too much. Isn't that hard to believe?
Yeah, because so many people like it. I actually just recently picked it up for, I believe, $2 at a local store here called Ollie's. And I haven't watched it yet, but it was actually on my short list to watch simply because I've heard so many good things about it over the years.
Yeah, so I had to revisit, and I don't know what I was thinking the first time I watched it, but it is a good film. But that's really cool that there's a sequel, and yeah, like you said, all these years later, it's been a while.
Absolutely. So the final little thing here, we have Wild Eye announcing a title from Debbie Rochon, her directorial debut, I believe. She brings on Harry Manfredini to do the score, who of course is famed for Friday the 13th among many, many other films.
I did not know actually that he was into music for this movie.
So Tiffany Shepis is in this movie, and it's supposed to hit DVD July 12th. It is called Model Hunger, and it follows a pinup model who is cast aside by the heartless and exploitive modeling industry. She takes the rejection well and or doesn't take the rejection well and seeks revenge. Could be pretty cool. We'll see how it goes. I mean, you never know with Wild Eye, but I should be getting a copy of this one in for review because it looked interesting.
Yeah, I doubt I'll get it, but yeah, I mean, it's got my girl Tiffany Shepis in there. Pretty awesome, man. Pretty awesome.
All right.
Yeah,
so
well, I was gonna say you can't go wrong, but yeah, you usually can with a lot of films that she's in. So,
so that is the news. Wrapped it up.
Oh yeah, already getting into mood swings and the DVD and Blu-ray releases for June 28th of 2016. Now, there's not really a whole lot this week at all. First up here from Blue Underground, we've got a double feature, the Edgar Wallace double feature here. We got Circus and Fear and the Golden Dragons, which I've actually never seen this film before. I'm not really 100% sure. Or the 5 Golden Dragons is what it's called, not the Golden Dragons. Yeah, pretty cool, man. Double feature with Christopher Lee and Klaus Kinski. Pretty cool. Now, this one right here, I'm looking forward to checking out here, is the Ray Harryhausen special effects Titan documentary being released by, of course, Arrow Films. Arrow Films, that's right. And apparently this is the first release from Arrow Films USA, so that is cool. I do have this one on pre-order, and I know you have actually already seen this one, so...
Yeah, I'll be talking about it a little later in the show. Odd thing about these Arrow screeners, though, they came out really late. A lot of people were wondering where they were, because most people got them, like last week, like at the end of last week, so not a whole lot of time to get reviews out before the films are actually released, unfortunately. I don't know what the deal was with that, but a lot of people just, like even people that I know that get them as well, didn't have theirs until late last week.
Yeah, crazy. But yeah, looking forward to that. Also from Arrow Video, of course, we've got Return of the Killer Tomatoes comes out on Tuesday.
Moodz. There's 4 fucking Return of the Killer Tomato film, or Killer Tomato films. I did not know that. How fucking nuts is that?
There is. Yeah.
That's crazy. Craziness. What is going on?
Yeah, they started making these films, and well, I mean, the first one came out, I believe, in 78, and the sequel was in 88, and then they released a couple more, but there's one that's like Killer Tomatoes Take France. Yeah. So you know how silly those things were getting, but I really like the cover art that they used for this Return of the Killer Tomatoes release. I kind of like it, man. I think it's the red. I don't know. It's cool. But yeah, it's probably one I'm not going to pick up because I don't really need to upgrade my DVDs. But no, I thought this one looked kind of cool. It's called Dream Killer, and it's being released by Kino Lorber, of course, just on DVD, which is really strange. Don't you find that strange? I don't know, just like a DVD release from Kino.
It's a little strange, but it actually does look kind of cool, though.
Yeah. Fans of Serial and the Jinx, meet your new favorite film.
Have you seen either of those?
No, I just thought that was like the funniest quote. I'm like, meet your new favorite film. What the fuck?
That's confidence.
I know.
Or it's just they mentioned 2 films that nobody's ever fucking heard of.
I know, right? Yeah, I guess that's why it's going to be your new favorite film. I don't know. Next up here is a film called Forgotten Tales, being released by SGI Entertainment. Not too sure. Nope. Yeah, it's an anthology film. It says 3 Tales of Terror, and it looks really, really bad. So, yeah, probably going to be super shitty. This one right here is being released by Vertical. I'm not really too sure if that's a real label. It's called The Girl in the Photographs. And again, the cover art on this is just one of those kind of computerized covers that just looks trashy. Does that not look shitty?
Yeah, and it sucks because like I was kind of interested in this one because like this was Wes Craven's like last sort of effort in anything. Like he was a producer on this film, and I guess he was sort of a mentor to the director. And apparently this was sort of the last thing that he worked on.
Well, hopefully this is one of those cases where, you know, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Maybe the cover's shitty, but the film's good.
I've heard mixed reviews about it so far. It's kind of been screened a lot in the festival circuit, I believe.
Yeah.
So, yeah, who really knows?
And speaking of Wild Eye, we've got the North American release of Hotel Inferno, which, of course, is an Italian film that was done by Necrostorm out of Italy. Yeah, Hotel Inferno finally getting a release over here, so that's really cool.
Was it good?
It's not my favorite Necrostorm film. It's an interesting film because it's all done POV style. It's kind of like a Doom. It almost plays all like a video game. Like you follow your characters just like shooting up monsters and shit. It's fun. It's not my favorite one. Actually, me and Dylan were actually having a conversation about this when he was over, and he's like, yeah, I like it, but it's not my favorite one, but it's decent. It's fun. It's fun. And last up for the releases, again from Wild Eye, we've got a film called Shark Exorcist. Of course. Shark Exorcist. The cover art is just fantastic. It's got this priest holding a cross and he's exorcising a fucking shark. Ridiculous. I know people have been getting screeners, and I actually never got this one, of course, because Wildlife fucking hates me. And yeah, so I haven't really heard any of the reviews, but it's probably shitty. It's fucking Wildlife, so you know how it goes. But that is going to do it for the releases. Not much. Not much at all.
Yeah.
In the ways. And I actually searched around and I couldn't really find too much more that was coming out on the 28th. So yeah. Pick of the week or release of the week.
Release of the week.
Now it's not really the hardest choice in the world here. I mean, let's face it, guys. I mean, we got shitty anthologies. We got a couple Wild Eye films. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have to give it to the first release from Arrow. Arrow Films, and it's going to be the Ray Harryhausen special effects Titan documentary. Even though I haven't seen it, I mean, you can't go wrong with anything Harryhausen, man. The guy was like a fucking genius, right? So, and plus it's a documentary. Again, amazing.
Yeah,
but I guess we'll hear more about this in the future of the show. So, but that would be my pick. If I was to pick up one thing out of those 8 releases, that is going to be the one right there.
All right.
Yeah.
Good pick. All
right. So, and I'm pretty sure we got some voicemails this week.
Yeah, we do. These are actually all from like May. All these came in like late May. So, yeah, a little behind on the voicemails, obviously. So we got a couple here. As always, you guys can send in your voicemails if you want to, hear yourself
your voice on the show.
22 shots of moods and horror. You know what? We never do this. If you want to drop us a line on the voicemail, 724-426-6665. There you go. You don't have to wait till the end of the show to hear that.
Yeah, number dropping.
Okay, so first up, we got one from the homie Chris, a.k.a. Critterbuster.
Hey, guys, this is Chris, a.k.a. Critterbuster, and I wanted to call and leave a little question for you guys. I know I called in once before during the 50th episode, but I figured I'd chime in now since I had time. And what I wanted to know was, if your favorite horror movie of all time did not exist, if it was just eliminated from the history of film, would you still be a fan of horror movies? Because I don't know if I would or not, because, of course, mine is Critters, and it kind of what got me into horror films. And without that, I'm not sure if I would have had that leeway into the horror genre, or if it would have been another film that got me into it. I'm not sure. So, what's yours, guys? Do you think if you would eliminate your favorite movie, would you still be a fan of horror films? So, just want to know, guys. See ya. Keep up the good work, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. A one-time Body Bags member, also. Always cool to hear from Chris.
So many people were part of that channel.
Yeah, Critterbuster in the house. Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Yeah, the question, man, 100% I would be a horror fan, and I will explain why. My favorite horror film of all time is Dawn of the Dead, which I know it's probably a big surprise to most of you guys listening right now. No, terrible joke. That was not the film that, kind of got me into horror films at all. I've told the story a million times. Fright Night is the film that got me into horror films. And, House. And there was a few things, before that. I never seen Dawn of the Dead until I was around 9 or 10 years old, which was, years after I was already kind of intrigued by the horror genre and things like that. So I was already fascinated with horror films and those type of things. And then I seen Dawn of the Dead. It was actually, when I first seen Dawn of the Dead, it did not become my favorite horror film until later. It took years and years. I guess it's because I wasn't really searching for a favorite film. I never really thought about it too much. I was just in that realm of video stores and trying to rent everything I could for $5 for $5. Remember those deals? 5 films for 5 days, $5. And I would just literally clear out the horror film section. And that I got enthralled in it. And then later on, I kind of realized that, I start renting those films again and again, and Dawn of the Dead just became my favorite film. So the answer to the question is yes, I would be a horror fan based on that, yeah.
I would be too. My favorite horror film of all time, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, also known as the best horror film of all time. I didn't see it, until later. I actually was thinking about creating a video series, like kind of chronicling my, like, why I'm a horror fan, like the different steps that I remember through my memory of like what crafted me into what I am today. And it would start with probably Friday the 13th or Friday the 13th Part 7 to be more specific. So that's really what kind of got me into being a horror fan. So yeah, I'm with Moodz. My favorite horror film, you could erase it and probably would not affect me much, because even though it is a significant moment that did sort of nudge me towards horror a little bit more, was when I did see Texas Chainsaw Massacre for the first time. But also that same night, I seen another classic, and that's Phantasm. So if I didn't have Chainsaw there, Phantasm would have probably done the same thing, because both of them combined together really did fuck me up.
That's like amazing. I got a question for you.
Yes.
So, if these films didn't actually exist today,
Yeah.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Dawn of the Dead do not exist.
Yeah.
What is your favorite horror film?
That's kind of a hard one, because not only is Chainsaw my favorite horror film because it's like, you know, it is.
Do you not have your number two?
Well, I mean, I think that my second favorite horror film wouldn't automatically become my favorite horror film, simply because, like, not only do I pick Chainsaw because I love it so much, but also just because, like, the significance of it I find fascinating as well. Yeah. So, like, if something like The Thing is my second favorite horror film or something like that, like, I don't know if I would necessarily choose that as my favorite because of, like, it's, like, less significant. I almost feel like I'd have to go with, like, either, like, an Elm Street or even, like, Return of the Living Dead or something. It would be hard. I'd have to actually do another top 10 list. I think as of right now, I would probably pick, like, Elm Street 3 or Return of the Living Dead. It would probably be Elm Street 3, though.
Yeah, it's a toss-up. I mean, not really much. I would probably just go with Return of the Living Dead. It's been my number 2 film for such a long time. You know, of course, Maniac and the Beyond are right there too, but it's funny because Fright Night is the movie that I credit for everything, and it's, you know, it's getting so low, it's like almost out of my top 10 now. It's weird how, you know, over time you develop this relationship with such other films. It's not like I want to forget about Fright Night, but it's funny how just new things come into your life and you learn to love them so much. Like, I mean, Italian horror films I never really got into until later. You know, I was, you know, in my late teens the first time I started really kind of experiencing them because they were harder to find. You know, it was a lot harder to find and things like that. So, yeah, they're not as nostalgic as these other type of films, but it's not just about nostalgia. It's about the films themselves. But you know me with Return of the Living Dead. I've watched that movie like a million times. So I would have to say that would be it. That would be it. Too bad we didn't have Chris on the show. I'd actually like to ask him what his favorite film would be if Curtis didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows? Maybe he wouldn't, like he said, he wouldn't be a horror fan, but you know, it's interesting.
I think it's rare that your favorite is like the one of the first ones that you've seen and got you into it too. It's even more rare for that film to beat Critters.
I know, he's one of a kind.
Yeah.
He's one of a kind.
So let's move on here. We have one from Lawrence.
Hey guys, it's Lawrence. In response to episode 80, I thought I'd actually give you an idea for an upcoming show. You've done all these different mainstreams and a few independent films, but what about truly independent films? Ones that were done by the fans and they added their own spin to their favorite films. I mean, do a show where you're highlighting movies like Halloween Inferno, My Final Destination. How about Freddy vs. the Ghostbusters? Find movies like that was made by the fans on less than a shoestring budget just because they love the films. And let us know what you think of them. But I will say, if you do My Final Destination, you also should look into Final Destination 4.5. Anyway, guys, have a great day and stay awesome.
All right, I'm gonna play one more from him right back to back because it kind of continues on with that.
Hey guys, it's Lawrence again. To further justify my previous call-in, you asked us, and you've been asking the audience quite a bit for feedback. Well, this is essentially going to be a podcast involving fan feedback to the films they love. So it'd be cool to bring it full circle and talk about the films that were made by fans of the films they were inspired by. So, you know, if you're into that kind of poetic thing, then, you know, maybe try it out. The only other thing I could think of, and this is a really bizarre thing, but I'm just going to throw it out there. If you had to make a cheeseburger based on ingredients you found in horror films. You'd have to find the films with your choice parts. You'd have to find something like review Ginger Dead Man for the bread, the Mad for the meat, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes for the tomato. Not sure where you'd get the cheese, though. Anyway, have a great day, guys.
So let's just start with the end of the question. Yeah, I like the Ginger Dead Man for the bread. Maybe something like there has to be another better like slaughterhouse for the meat or something. Get post. And then the cheese, of course, would come from Moodz Trauma Collection.
It's fucking good. I actually came up with a burger here, man. So the bread would be Night of the Living Bread. It's a short from 1990, obviously a parody of Night of the Living Dead. Okay. The lunch meat from 1987, of course. Okay. If you've ever seen that one, that's pretty funny. And then it would be topped with shrooms from 2007.
Ah, nice.
And then I kind of stole his, the Killer Tomatoes. It would be topped with Return of the Killer Tomatoes from 88. And then topped with some head cheese. It's a 2002 short. And then it all ends up in a huge monster from 2003.
Okay, that's actually pretty good. I gave that no thought, by the way. How are you going to cook it, though?
Ooh. Wow.
Maybe with Hansel and Gretel and have it get baked.
Yeah, there you go. I find that so fascinating that movie is not a comedy.
Yeah, I never seen it, but that's what I heard.
It's so funny. That was actually kind of a fun question.
Yeah, pretty fun actually. And then he also asked about maybe doing a show where we cover like fan films, essentially.
Yeah, I thought
that's actually not the worst idea in the world. Like that could be interesting.
Well, the funny thing is I never had an interest in doing fan films because I never really thought about it. But now that I think about it, I think it's a really good idea. So I guess I was just playing ignorant to it. But no, that's a really good idea.
Yeah, maybe do like 3 or 4 of them. Usually they're not like an hour and a half long. They're like 40 minutes long. So do a couple of them. Actually, you know what? Like I like the idea of doing those sort of characters we're familiar with, like doing little fan films of those. So Lawrence, if you I know that you mentioned like Final Destination 4.5 and like Freddy versus the Ghostbusters and stuff. If you have any other ones, drop us a little message and tell us what, like, preferably like the best ones, because you know how I am. Like I don't have the patience for just pure shit. So
I know there's a bunch of Halloween ones, and I think there's a couple Friday the 13th ones too, if I'm not mistaken.
I've definitely seen some good shorts. Like there was a Hellraiser short from like the 90s that came out, actually done by the guy who was like the cinematographer, like the makeup effects guy on Hellraiser 3, I believe.
Yeah.
And he did a short that was really cool. I think we might have talked about it on this podcast before. But yeah, so Lawrence, if you have any suggestions besides the ones you mentioned, like really good ones or ones that you think would be the most entertaining for us to talk about, hit us up and we'll pencil it in.
Yeah, that is right. That's a really cool idea, actually. Thank you for that, Lawrence. Yeah.
Okay, so another one from Lawrence there.
Hey guys, it's Lawrence. I was just listening to the podcast, episode 81, and you were talking about the eye from that short segment, the last one from Body Bag.
Yeah, the worst one in Body Bags.
I had an interesting idea. You know how they keep, it's almost inevitable that there's always going to be some kind of rehashing of the Frankenstein story, whether it's a retelling or a new interpretation. What if they do one where all of the body parts that his monster was put together with take on some of the personality of people that it was taken from? And just think of all these people's personalities culminating in the monster's mind. And at one point he just starts calling himself Legion because he is the many. And he's actually trying to add more parts to himself because even with all that he has, he feels incomplete. He feels powerful, but he doesn't feel complete. And even his bride, which he tries to make himself, starts becoming a part of him. I wanted to get your idea on that one.
Jesus.
Yes, it would be sort of like that movie Slither, when they've got all those people coming together. But that was one personality, not a bunch of them. So let me know what you think. Anyway, have a great time, guys. Bye.
That is a really interesting question. The first thing I thought of when he was describing the Frankenstein thing was Frankenhooker. I was like, that's already been done before.
Because, the pieces, the personality coming out and stuff, and we just talked about it. So
the hooker personality
that I thought of. But,
need a date? Yeah.
He definitely does this thing where when he calls in and he leaves a message or something, often he'll talk about one thing, but it instantly gets my mind running in 100 different directions where I'm thinking of other things. And I was like, how come we've never seen Frankenstein that is a real body horror film, really exploits that body horror element to it.
And exactly, Ben, because there's been a million different versions of Frankenstein. Why don't they go to that level?
Yeah.
That would make sense completely. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
a real gross and just disgusting body horror element to the film. And he even mentioned one of the things about the original Frankenstein that I didn't really notice until last year when I did that marathon for October. The whole fucking reason that it all went downhill is because Igor, or whatever his name was, grabbed the abnormal brain. It's not because he played God or anything. It literally is just a mistake.
Exactly.
Which I always kind of find it interesting. Find kind of interesting.
No matter what, my Frankenstein character is going to have the penis from Bad Biology.
Oh God.
Yeah. Again, we just talked about it, right? It's kind of funny how this all goes back to
Bad Biology is one of those films where sometimes I watch a movie. This happened recently with the Stendhal syndrome, where I watch it and I like it. But then, a few weeks later or a few days later, I'll still think about certain parts of it, and I'll be like, okay, I guess I like that a lot more than I thought I did, because I'll still be thinking about it. And I think that's kind of the case with Bad Biology a little bit. I actually like that movie, quite a bit, honestly.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous idea, but it's fun.
Yeah. Definitely. So, we got 2 more voicemails here. This one is from Tyler in LA. By the way, guys, whenever you call in and leave a voicemail, I always like when you say hey guys, it's Rob from Georgia or something like that, because it lets us, first of all, it's hard to remember who's who, cause sometimes we'll get a voicemail from somebody that has the same name as somebody else. But if you tell me where you're from, then it's easier to put a voice to a name. You know what I'm saying?
I just kind of put that name to the map.
Yeah, exactly. So here's Tyler from LA.
Okay, hi. Hi, guys. This is Tyler from Los Angeles, and I have a question for you guys. What's a horror property that you would actually like to see be turned into a TV series or a TV show besides Scream? So something like Hellraiser or maybe the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I want to hear you guys' thoughts. Honestly, personally, I would like to see maybe a Candyman spinoff or something like that on TV. It would be really interesting to hear you guys' thoughts on that. Thank you. Bye.
All right. So, oddly enough, Tyler mentions both Hellraiser and Chainsaw, which we've both actually talked about previously about how cool that would be to see both of those. I feel like both could lend themselves to TV very well, especially Hellraiser on Showtime. That would be the perfect network for Hellraiser, where you can get away with a little bit more. You can have the nudity, the sex, and the violence. And I think it could just be interesting to explore Hell World and the darkness that is the hell that we see in Hellraiser, which, by the way, is not the Christian hell. This is a different interpretation of hell. And I've always found it super fascinating, especially coming from the mind of the craziness of Clive Barker. I could totally see that just working. Actually, a couple years ago, I won a contest, and somebody sent me a couple of the old, like early 90s comic books from Hellraiser. And there's some very interesting stories in those. And one of them involves a clown who's like forced to like make kids laugh in hell. And I know Becca from formerly Killer POV, now Shockwaves podcast, has mentioned that many times about how those stories could have really been like cool little Hellraiser anthology things. So even if you were going to go to like anthology format, Hellraiser would be a good pick as well.
I kind of took like a different approach with it.
Okay.
I was feeling kind of silly at the moment. I was in a good mood at the time and stuff. But no, I think this it'd be fun for me. I mean, I'm sure there's people out there and stuff, but I kind of like the, high school setting and things like that. I like, Todd and the Book of Pure Evil, I thought was such a cool type show, but it's based around kids in school and stuff like that. So the first thing I thought of was, Class of Nukem High show. Because you have tons of characters and you can exploit the shit out of the cretins and I think that would be actually a pretty fun show. I mean, it'd be kind of like like every teen comedy / horror. I don't know. I think Class of Nukem High would be super fun for myself. Probably not for JP, but, I was trying to go some, a little different route.
Yeah. That's but very honestly, of you.
I do really think that the Candyman idea is actually kind of interesting, though. I wonder how you could develop that.
Yeah, I think I feel like I almost don't ever want to see another Candyman, and because like my image of Candyman is Cabrini Green, like Chicago, like it just like the day that gets a Blu-ray release, I'm gonna be fucking stoked. Like I've found a new love for Candyman over the years, and I can't wait to watch it on Blu-ray when it eventually gets released.
That was one of the most watched films of that time for me. We used to watch this shit all the time. I didn't
even really like love it when I was growing up. It wasn't until we covered it on the podcast that I found like a new love for how beautiful it is. And so also the chainsaw one could be really interesting because the chainsaw one works really, really well because of the amount that you can do with the family members. Because you picture it like you know how like a show like The Walking Dead or something, like you spend time with all the different characters and like what they're doing and stuff, like that could totally work for Chainsaw, right? Like with the different characters that the family always seems to have. So Chainsaw would be another really cool one, but I think both of those shows need to be on like a network where you could have more gore and violence. Chainsaw could maybe work because it wasn't really known for nudity on TV, and hell, the first one wasn't even known for violence, really. Not visual violence, but like suggested violence. That's definitely a one that could work on TV, I guess. Like basic, I don't know, fucking AMC or something. But I don't know. Like I just want. I mean, there's a new Chainsaw movie coming. Hellraiser's kind of actually there is a new Hellraiser movie coming just to keep the rights though. Hellraiser is the messiest franchise right now. It is absolutely in need of resuscitation. It's completely just fucked right now, and if there's one franchise that needs more help than any, it is the Hellraiser franchise.
It just feels like it's, the redheaded stepchild. It just gets neglected to shit.
There was a time where
they keep it afloat just because of rights. It's like, it's so sad, they just don't care about the films. Ugh, it's brutal, man. But it does, man. It needs new life.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. 100%. Okay, so we got one more voicemail here, and it's a quickie. It's the one we alluded to earlier, and I'm going to play it now.
Tremors 4 was a prequel. Get over it.
Okay.
I want to know who the fuck that was.
I know who it is. I'm not going to say, out of respect for the person.
But are they actually being serious? Like they're like,
yes, they were at the time. So, after we posted episode 80 or 81, I can't remember, me and Moodz got into another debate about the Tremors franchise and the fact that Tremors 4 is a prequel, but I think that it is a remake. Okay, so I'm going to touch on this really quick because it needs to kind of be discussed. I didn't think that I had to come to the point of doing this. Moodz, you alluded to it earlier about how people don't really necessarily get my humor all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a nasty comment left on the YouTube video, where it basically, told me to get over myself, and it was really nasty, and there wasn't much criticism in it. It was more, just
insulting
and wrongly placed blame because the fact that they were taking what I was saying too serious when it was all for jokes. So, the first thing, like, the Tremors thing is a fucking joke. Like I know it's a silly conversation, and Moodz knows it's a silly conversation. And yes, maybe I do believe that it's more of a remake than a prequel. However, the reason we bring it up is because it almost became sort of a reoccurring joke, like the Foreign Land of Canada, or the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, or the Postmaster P, or the Phone In, and the list goes on and on of all the little reoccurring things that we have, and the Tremors prequel was turning out to be another one of those things. And yeah, we bring it up and we let it go on too long on purpose because it's kind of funny to us. At its core, it is a joke. I am exaggerating my points and I'm brushing off Moodz's points, pretending that they are irrelevant, because at the end of the day, we're here to entertain, and we're like, we kind of play up our characters a little bit. Like, we have certain things and go back and forth, different inside jokes and reoccurring jokes that we do. We are entertainers, but we're also sort of characters in a way. We are ourselves at times, but we also play up our quirkiness and the quirky nature about each of our individual personalities, and we exaggerate them. It's like any performance, whether it's acting or it's hip hop. Like, famously by Eminem, I believe it was said, is to be successful in hip hop, you basically say what's on your mind and exaggerate it ridiculously. And that could be the same case for what we're doing here. Like, we exaggerate a little bit, we make fun of each other, but at the end of the day, like, me and Moodz respect each other, and anytime we're in a serious like debate or anything, like, we always walk away laughing, and we're best friends. Like, we're not like at each other's throats, like, even though it seems like we are sometimes. Well, it's all with
just
a wink,
put it this way,
nudge.
Put it this way, when that Tremors show ended, the first thing I said was, I bet you that prequel conversation sparks some serious conversation later on. Or that debate sparks some conversation among the fans and stuff. Yeah.
But
we knew it was coming. We knew what we were doing.
I mean, but at the end of the day, like, we're not being serious with each other. Like, we're not actually like, no, fuck you, dude. Like, it's a remake. No, fuck you, it's a prequel. Like, it's all in good fun. Like, we're just having a joke about something that we found silly because how long it went on in the Tremors episode. We brought it up again on purpose. It's the same as the Family Guy chicken fight. It goes on way too long and it's retarded, and that's why it's silly and funny. I mean, you feel me?
Yeah, man. That's a good example, actually, the fucking chicken fight. Jesus Christ.
Basically, I responded to this person. They immediately deleted their comment. They told me who they were, which I was actually really surprised at who they were, because like it wasn't who I expected it to be. Like, it was somebody who actually we talked to regularly, and I guess they kind of just didn't understand what we were doing. And they apologized and, said that, my bad and stuff like that. So, they said the last thing I wanted to do was to offend you and things like that. So, I mean, but this all came literally right while I was like right when I was telling Moodz that I was like done with the podcast for a while. Like, so it was like the worst timing. I was like, okay, dude, like, fuck this, I'm done. Like, I ain't even got time to deal with this shit right now, but it, like, I just wanted everybody to know, like, we have like an interesting, we're not like, it's not a serious thing. Like, we don't, like, it almost sounded like he thought that I was getting on your nerves or something. And I was like, that's not how we work, dude. Like, we joke around, we have fun. Like, we're good friends. Like, we don't actually piss each other off. Like, in the heat of the moment, we might get a little like, crazy or whatever, but it's never anything more than just in the moment.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's always about the moment, just entertainment, man. At the end of the day, if we could, we'd go out and have a beer and you would have an energy drink and we'd be, we'd be having a good time, man. So.
Yeah. So I just kind of wanted to touch
is.
on that, and that's it for the voicemails.
Okay. All right. So moving along with, mood swings, I guess, we don't really have a knowledge topic this week, do we?
Well, there is actually something I wanted to bring up. And one more thing on that. By the way, the person, if you're listening, like, I have no ill will towards you or anything. I know we all have, like, crazy days where we act irrational and stuff. 100%. I don't hold grudges to anybody in my life. I've never once did that. I'm a very forgiving person. And honestly, like, it's water under the bridge, and I could literally care less. Like you're cool in my book, homie. So, keep keeping up with us. And we'll keep keeping up with you. So, I have one little thing here for knowledge, Moodz. It's not really anything major. I just kind of wanted to talk about it briefly because I thought it was super freaking cool. So,
okay.
Do you know, Kyle actually turned me on to this, but, you remember the show Unsolved Mysteries, correct?
I do. Robert Stack is the scariest voice of all time.
And of course you remember the fucking classic theme song, right?
Oh, yeah. I used that for my Body Bags theme for like a long time.
Yeah. So, basically, Kyle posted a little thing that said like Jeepers Creepers was inspired by actual events. And so I had to click on it and watch it because I was like, what the fuck does that mean? Dude, straight up one of the coolest things I've seen in a while. So basically in 1991, Unsolved Mysteries aired a segment in which a couple was driving down the road and a van gets behind them, and the van passes them, and they see the license plate, and she said that basically her and her husband like to play this game where they try to make words out of the license plate. So it was like G's or something, like Jeezy, or like geez honey, he's in a hurry, like, you know. And they're like, damn, like he passed us, like that's kind of weird, like he was kind of, you know, in a rush. And so the van like flies by, and then they go down the road a little bit, and the van is parked by an old abandoned school building, and they see him in the back of the school with a bloody sheet, and she's like, oh my god, like he's dumping off a bloody sheet or something. So they get all nervous and stuff, and they keep driving ahead, and then the van, like a couple miles later, like speeds up behind them and like rides their ass for like, you know, a couple miles or something. So they pull off to the side of the road, and they decide to go see, they want his license plate because they feel like something's definitely wrong. So after they pull off to the side of the road, they, you know, go to try to catch up to him to read the back of his license plate, and then they find him pulled off to the side of the road changing his license plate. So at this point they like get super freaked out. They turn around, go back towards the way they came. They ended up stopping at the school where they found a bloody sheet. And what I forgot to mention, when they checked the license, they saw him with the license plate. They seen that the door had blood like all over it. So they went back. They saw the bloody sheet. They got the license. They you know, reported it. Actually, interestingly enough, all of that is like the first scenes to Jeepers Creepers. Like even the reenactment that they do, like you can tell that Victor Salva watched this episode of Unsolved Mysteries because there's so many things in reference to it. Cool. Very, very, very creepy. And it even makes it more interesting that he used this sort of real case scenario and kind of peppered it into his work, because I feel like that's where all good art comes from. It's from things that were inspired by, you look at Robert Englund with A Nightmare on Elm Street and the different things that he was inspired by, and the list goes on with different people who was inspired by different things in their life and kind of molded it into moments in their film. Tarantino is like a prime example of somebody who does that all the time with the things that he's seen, like movies and stuff like that. But the final thing that I want to say about this, Moodz, is I actually did a little looking into the actual case, and apparently when that episode aired, the guy had been on the guy was identified, and apparently he was on the run after killing his wife. That was the day that he killed his wife or something in that van. and he was like dumping some of the evidence. And apparently, after that episode aired, his like new girlfriend that he was going under a new name and stuff in a different state. Called and was turning him in, and apparently he either killed himself or he ended up dying after a high-speed police chase. So Unsolved Mysteries, once again, gets shit done.
Wow.
Yeah, so creepy episode. It's on YouTube, guys. If I can remember, I'll link it down in the description. Somebody actually takes the episode and then takes the footage from Jeepers Creepers, and they show half the video is the footage from Unsolved Mysteries, and then the consistencies with Jeepers Creepers afterwards. So there's a direct comparison. Really, really cool stuff, though, man. It's crazy that nobody knew that, right? And then all of a sudden, it comes out. It's like, hey, I was watching this old episode of Unsolved Mysteries, and it's like Jeepers Creepers. You'd figure that would be more known,
Yeah, that's fucking nuts, man. It's really, really cool.
Yeah. So that was my brief little knowledge segment for the week.
Okay, super, super cool. All right, so we'll get into the morbid fact from Rue Morgue magazine, the Coroner's Report of Weird Stats and Morbid Facts. This one right here just made me laugh, so I thought, why not? Director Takashi Miike has revealed that the substance used in the introduction to Itchy the Killer, in which the film's title rises out of a puddle of seminal fluid, is in fact real semen.
Ew, what the fuck?
But dude, no shit, man. So as I'm kind of scanning through the magazine as you're telling that story, something very strange right here. Okay. So here's a bonus Coroner's Report, because this is kind of relatable to what you were just talking about. Okay. David Lynch has cited that the O.J. Simpson trial as a major influence during the writing of Lost Highway, which deals with a man who killed his wife. And then David Lynch cast Robert Blake, of course, who was, part of the trial and stuff, to play the mystery man in the film. Years later, in 2001, Blake himself would be also on trial for killing his own wife in real life.
Jesus Christ.
Is that not fucking weird or what?
That is weird, man.
That is so strange. Yeah. And that is going to conclude Mood Swings. That's
like life imitating art, imitating life, imitating art or something.
That's so weird, man.
I guess we're going to move on to segments this week. You want me to go first?
Sure, why not?
Okay, this is Horror 101. Welcome to Horror 101. And of course, with Horror 101, this is where I review a documentary either on somebody significant, like Ray Harryhausen, or a movie, or something like that, a little documentary. I think it's been a little while since I've done one of these, but so yeah, I got Ray Harryhausen, Special Effects Titan. This is actually a rewatch for me because this was released in 2011. Not on video, I believe. It was just either for TV or you can rent it. I don't really know. I seen it on TV during, I believe it was Ray Harryhausen's birthday. They played this documentary and then played a bunch of his films on either the Independent Film Channel or one of those sort of Sundance or something like that. But it was really cool. This is coming to us courtesy of Arrow Films. That's right, not Arrow Video. This is actually Arrow Films. The spine number is actually AF001. So I guess this is the first in the US releasings of Arrow Films. Yeah. I guess it's their contemporary movies is what Arrow Films label is kind of, I would assume, right?
Yeah, I would assume so, yeah.
Okay, so this documentary is really cool. Those of you who don't know who Ray Harryhausen is, he was a, important part in just film history in general. He is considered probably the best stop motion effects artist ever. And this documentary sort of chronicles his film career. It starts out with his early works where he first seen King Kong as a youngster, and he immediately wanted to do what he's seen on TV. And he essentially had to learn from, because this is before internet, this is before schooling and before all these ways of figuring this stuff out. I believe he said that he's seen a TV special of how they did the stop motion effects, and he was like, I want to do this. So he didn't have any stop motion things, puppets, so he made his own, and they looked pretty good actually. So he began learning how to do everything himself. He didn't have anybody to operate the camera, so he did that. So he came from the ground up and really, first of all, he, learned the craft, but then he revolutionized the craft. He came up with a lot of techniques that were not used before him and things like that throughout the years. And this is an interesting documentary. So you have archival footage of Ray Harryhausen speaking, and then it's intertwined with footage of the films that he did and people talking about him, both celebrities, directors, Peter Jackson, Steven Spielberg, James Cameron, Tim Burton, Guillermo del Toro, Joe Landis, Joe Dante, or John Landis, tons of big names, but also people who worked with him, people who were friends with him, things like that. And they start early on and they go through all of his films, all the important ones, stuff like The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, and It Came from Beneath the Sea, and Earth versus the Flying Saucer, Jason and the Argonauts, The Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, and the other Sinbad movies, and Clash of the Titans, and the list goes on and on. Gulliver's Travels, or the Three Worlds of Gulliver, or whatever. So he really does chronicle the films that he did. Mysterious Island was one that I've actually seen, and I've been wanting to rewatch that one for a lot of years. So these were so cool to see. I mean, my main thing that I took away from it, and I didn't realize this, was how many people this guy inspired with his films. And they showed direct comparisons from, filmmakers like Peter Jackson and Sam Raimi and Tim Burton and Joe Dante, scenes that were clearly inspired by scenes that Ray Harryhausen had done in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And it's incredible to think that these guys were thinking of these films that they seen when they were little kids, and he was doing all this stuff with CGI, that this guy sat for 4 months, for fucking 4 months, doing a skeleton fight scene, creating these special effects. The most tedious, time-consuming work in the history of work, yet he loved it. And it's truly a really awesome documentary. You're going to want to get a pen and pad while you're sitting there, because you're going to want to, you could just easily go on IMDb, but that's no fun. And you're going to want to write down all the films you're going to want to pick up. And Moodz, I think, now this might sound a little crazy, but I think that we should do a Ray Harryhausen episode, a volume 1, maybe cover 3 of his films, 2 of his films. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it, man.
I'd be down for it. Yeah, for sure.
Because there's a lot to pick from. I mean, some of them are not horror, but they do have sort of sci-fi horror elements to them. But it's the art, it's the special effects. I think that it would be appropriate for us to kind of branch off and maybe do a couple volumes of Ray Harryhausen work. I would be 100% down. I want to pick these things up immediately because I want to check them out. This documentary got me super pumped to watch these old, awesome stop motion films. They're so cool, dude. So cool. And I give this documentary a solid 8.5 out of 10. Very, very good stuff. Definitely pick it up if you're gonna grab it. Like Moodz said in his pick of the week, or the release of the week. Definitely, I would agree, because it's a lot of fun and it's very informative. You learn a new respect for the art of stop motion, and you really just get to see an incredible, member and contributor to film history. And rest in peace to Ray Harryhausen, truly one of the great filmmakers of all time.
Yeah, his effects, man. Whew. Different level. Yeah, it's funny how everything just keeps being relatable to each other in tonight's show. But yeah, that sounds awesome. I can't wait to check it out, man. I got it on pre-order.
You're down to do some Ray Harry. Let's ask the listeners. You want to hear us do some Ray Harryhausen episodes?
Yeah. There you go. They said yeah.
Okay.
No, I think it would be super fun. It's different. It's out of the norm, but I
don't think I've seen anybody else do it. At least I mean, there's probably people who've done it, but not that I know of.
Yeah, exactly.
Neil Palmer, director of the X-rated films Hot Summer in the City, Erotic Adventures of Candy, Candy Goes to Hollywood, and coming soon, The Longest Foot, starring John Holmes.
Hi, I'm Gail Palmer. I've been hired by Stallion Releasing Company to supervise the editing of this new X-rated film, The Italian Stallion, with Sylvester Stallone in the starring role as Stud.
Alrighty, so getting into my segment of the week, which of course is going to be my Italian Stallion. And this one right here is not coming from the 70s, because I usually end up reviewing Italian films from the 70s. This one right here is from 1982. And is called Satan's Baby Doll. This is actually, in fact, a remake of Malabimba, the Malicious Horror that was done, I want to say 3 or 4 years previously to this one. And essentially is pretty much the exact same film. It's, there's really not obviously different characters and things like that, but the storyline exactly the same. So if you've seen that film, you know pretty much what you're getting into with Satan's Baby Doll. I am reviewing the Shameless Screen Entertainment edition of this. This is not the fully, I shouldn't say uncut. This movie is uncut. It just doesn't have the inserted hardcore penetration scenes in it. This movie is actually technically uncut, but it just doesn't have those, if that makes any sense to you. It's the longest version. Basically what it does, it takes a lot of those scenes and it extends this version, and it just kind of omits the actual penetration. So, which is fine. I mean, really, when you're watching these type of films, in my opinion, does the penetration make it any better? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not really too worried about this one. Is ultra sleazy anyways. So basically what we have here is Marina Hedman. She was actually an Italian porn star back in the day, very, very famous and stuff. She plays this character, Maria. She's just died. And what happens is, it's like very strange. She dies in this castle. Her husband owns this huge castle and stuff. Anyways, they put her body downstairs, and it's like this really weird kind of ceremonial burial kind of thing. It's really strange. But anyways, what happens is she has a teenage daughter, and she possesses her teenage daughter for the sake of coming back and basically killing everyone off in the house that has done her wrong. So she's possessed her body, and it's kind of a weird possession thing because her spirit goes into her daughter, but then it changes into her and things like that. It's a very weird kind of nonsensical possession type film. It's very strange. But anyways, essentially what this is basically a revenge film to, get revenge for her death. So yeah, that is the story. My thoughts on this film. Wow. Is this one ever sleazy? Just like Malabimba. This one was actually filmed, I think, at first to be basically a smut film. It was, shot as like a porno type deal. So there's lots of full frontal nudity, lots of tits and muff in this. Just extended, masturbation scenes and a lot of shit like that. I will say this one only runs about 74 minutes. So it kind of, it feels like it goes by quick, but at times this one does drag. Like a lot of 70s Italian sleaze films, they kind of do drag a little bit. But this is a very strange film. Ultimately you don't know exactly why at first the daughter's been possessed and why these people are getting killed off in the house and stuff. And then you learn later on why. But it's just the whole film just revolves around sleaze. It really is. Okay, so what you got in this film for characters, you have Maria's husband who is addicted to heroin and drugs and stuff like that. He's got a brother, a paraplegic brother, mute paraplegic brother. And you've got a caretaker in the house, and you also have this nun, which is Satan's baby doll. And you have these really odd scenes where the nun, who is kind of the caretaker for the husband's brother, and there's this really long masturbation scene in this film, which just goes on, I swear to God, for a seventh of the film. It's 10 minutes long. It's ridiculous. So that's the type of things you're getting into here. But it's a very strange film overall with the possession type aspect, because they even threw in scenes where the butler, I guess is what it is, or the caretaker, he's downstairs and he's into voodoo. And what he does is he's kind of he's conjuring up something down there. And there's almost a zombie scene, and that's as far as I'll go with that, but it's just really out of place and strange. Kind of a messy film at times, but very, very sleazy. Like I said, lots of nudity. The music is just straight up porno, pretty funny. The husband in this film, I can't remember what his name is. I'm not sure exactly what his name is, but I was reading a thing on him, and apparently the guy was insane in real life, and he kind of plays an insane character in the film, which kind of adds to it because I didn't know, and I was like, wow, his acting is actually pretty good, but apparently he was just over dramatic with everything in his real life, so it kind of adds this weird little element of spice to the film, which is kind of funny because for the most part the acting is pretty shoddy. You have ex-porn stars, but you do have Margherita Giordani, I think is what her name is. she was also in Burial Ground. She's in that one. So if you've seen that film, you recognize her. She's always in films showing off for tits and muff and stuff. I will say there's a great lesbian scene in this film. Pretty awesome. But yeah, really not a lot of story. It's Italian sleaze, at its best. Kind of, like I said, it drags the middle part of the film. It's more of like a contained horror film. This whole film takes place in the castle. I think there's one scene outside of the castle, and that's really about it. Really the most unlikable characters in the film too. It's pretty funny. But if you're into these type of sleazy films, then I do recommend it. I'm going to give it about a 6 out of 10. I don't think it's as good as Melbimba, the malicious horror that came out about 3 or 4 years prior to it. I think that's a better made film, even looks better and stuff. But if you're into sleaze, check them both out. They're definitely fun. So Satan's Baby Doll. Yeah. Awesome.
All right.
Yeah, Satan's Baby Doll, man. Jesus Christ. Like the whole movie's like one softcore porno, man. It's awesome. Good stuff. Yeah. All right, so moving into the featured reviews, and we're going to take it all the way back to 1997 with the start of the I Know What You Did Last Summer trilogy. Yeah. And of course, when we're doing franchises and trilogies, we are going to have spoilers in these because you can't talk about these films without spoilers.
Yeah,
basically.
If you talk about the sequel, chances are you might spoil the original. And honestly, even if that isn't the case, these episodes are a chance to let us be able to talk openly about films, which we normally don't do. So it's kind of fun for us to be able to not worry about spoilers too.
Yeah, I generally wouldn't worry too much if they didn't have continuity, but they do. So yeah, so there's going to be spoilers. So if you don't want to hear that and you've never by chance seen these films before and you're listening to this podcast, that's very strange.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is going to be spoilers of these films. So yes, I Know What You Did Last Summer from 1997, of course, was the kind of the answer to Scream, wasn't it? Scream was a huge hit, and we're like, wow, we need to do it again, brother. Let's get Kevin Williamson on the phone. Exactly.
This is Kevin Williamson's answer to himself, because he wrote this film. Of course, Kevin Williamson wrote the Scream films as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can really tell, actually, but we'll get into that. But I Know What You Did Last Summer from 1997. I'll just read the quick little IMDb synopsis here because it kind of makes me laugh. It's just so short and funny. 4 teens are in great danger 1 year after their car hits a stranger whose body they dump in the sea. I love that synopsis.
Yeah, that's about as simple as you get. This film was directed by Jim Gillespie.
Gillespie, yeah.
Yeah, he went on to do Venom, which is the only film that he also did Detox, aka ICU. That one was Stallone.
Oh shit! I didn't realize he did that film.
Yeah, but most known for being written by Kevin Williamson and starring Jennifer Love, as Moodz would say, huge tits.
Jennifer
and
Huge.
Sarah Michelle Gellar, Freddie Prinze Jr., as well as Brian Phillippe.
Yeah, you got Anne Heche actually makes an appearance in this film too, which is kind of interesting.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, she makes a minor one. And what else, that other chick, man, that Bridget Wilson. I remember her from, I think, Billy Madison. She was in that film. She was the hot. Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
So,
yeah, she was Sarah Michelle Gellar's mom in the film. That's who she is.
I thought it was her sister.
I believe it's actually her mom. I think it is.
No, it's her sister.
Is it actually her sister?
Yeah,
no, I think
the one at the store.
No, it's her. Yeah, it's her mom.
That's her sister.
Really?
Yeah, because she's like, Dad left me the store.
Wow. I totally thought it was her mom. Whatever. It's not really that relevant to anything. Anyways. Shit.
This film is sort of, known for really, Scream is known for starting that trend, but this was the first copycat, even though Kevin Williamson did both films, This one is sort of the copycat that then went and created urban legend and so on and so forth.
They actually are quite different, though. I will give, Kevin Williamson a lot of credit for, you couldn't really just rewrite Scream. I guess if you were doing another Scream film, you could. Mm-hmm. But he did try something a little different here. And, this film, the first time I saw this film, I was like, it's just so different. I could never put my finger on what exactly it was. And it's a simple fact that it's not your typical setup from like the 80s, like it's not your typical stalk and slash, kind of kill film, right? This one is more of like a revenge. It's almost like a Neo Giallo in a way, where the main characters in the film are essentially, they kind of act as the police in a Giallo film. They're trying to figure out the mystery of what exactly is going on. And it's kind of differently done.
Well, Giallo films mostly are, those detective whodunits, but also that's what slasher films are sort of, but not with a detective, Like it's like Giallos took some of the elements of slasher films and combined it with sort of this other.
No, slasher films took elements from Giallo.
Yeah, that's what I meant. But then later you have like Giallos that kind of started mocking slashers. So it's like they copied them and then they copied them, like sort of like Halloween, with like John Carpenter and Friday the 13th was a copy of that, but then Halloween started copying Friday the 13th and its sequels. Yep. So this one's at its core, this is an interesting story. This sort of revenge tale. The setup is actually really good. Like it kind of reminds you of like The Burning, but done way better. Like a prank gone wrong, or like just something gone wrong. But in this case, it wasn't necessarily a prank. It was just misfortune, an accident, but also partial blame. Mm-hmm. So there's like multiple levels to that.
Yeah, I it's probably one thing we are going to agree with on this review of I Know You Did Last Summer is, at the core, this movie has a really good setup. And that's one thing I really like about this one. I think the first 20 minutes of this film are really good. They're not only shot very well.
The opening to the
film so gloomy.
Shot really well. It instantly sets up the atmosphere for this sort of small fishing town that's sort of off the coast and very dreary and rainy.
It's very gloomy and dark, and I love how the blues are accentuated in the shots and stuff. Yeah. And it just kind of has this mystery of like, what the fuck, like, Jesus. So the first 20 minutes are really good. Besides the fact of the characters themselves, I mean, I've always said that the characters in this film are very unlikable. For the most part, I mean, really, do we like these characters? I don't, at least. It's hard. Well, it's hard to like them because you realize right away that Ryan Penelope's character, he's a rich boy, and you can tell he's just a dick, really. And they all kind of come from that same type of realm. And, it's just the situation that they're put in. Yeah, they have an accident. They hit someone on a road. And they make the conscious decision of, well, we can't tell the police here because no one's going to believe that Freddie Prinze Jr. is driving the car because it's
which is pretty true.
No, and that's one thing I do like. I do like the dialogue. It's just, it's just not likable for the viewer. It's like, Jesus Christ, you guys are really going to fucking do this kind of thing. But it's just the whole attitude too. He's like, I'm fucking drunk. He's got that rich boy type attitude and he even talks about it. He's like, my father's going to fucking hate me. And it's just like, oh my God.
Yeah. Okay. One of the things that I will say about that, Moodz, is like, I could kind of relate to the Ryan Phillippe character because that's probably how I would react if I'm being 100% honest. I would probably be like, look, dude, like, we know it's an accident. Like, us guys here know it's an accident. Unfortunately, the odds are stacked against us and sort of, there's no proof that it was an accident. There's actually proof against the fact that it was an accident. So as long as we here know that we didn't do anything on purpose, then it doesn't really hurt to pretend that it didn't happen.
Yeah.
It'd be different if we're trying to get away with something that we did that was our fault. And, stuff like that. Like, I would probably be that guy because I don't want to go to jail.
But like, I even noted down, like, it totally makes sense that the decision that they actually do come to. It completely does, but I think it's just some of the approach of the dialogue too. I don't think it's Kevin Williamson's best. I don't know did he write the actual screenplay for this too?
Yeah. I mean, there was.
So I know he wrote the story and stuff, but anyways,
it was
just
based
some of the
on a book, actually. I don't know if you knew that or not.
But it's just some of the dialogue at times. I'm just like, oh my god, like seriously. But you know, besides that,
I understand how he's like, my dad's gonna ride my ass on this or something. You know, like it is kind of unfortunate the way that it comes off a little bit. However, I do like the decision that they made, and I like how it was written because they really do tie up all the loose ends. Like, okay, one, you know. They tried to do the right thing in a way and not have Ryan Phillippe drive. But you know, then he acts reckless and of course a later reveal kind of changes everything that we know about the film anyway. But at the time, what we're presented with was a series of unfortunate things that happened that makes it seem like, you know, he spills the booze. Like it all sort of makes sense, and they tie up all the loose ends to make you really understand that these characters really are up against the wall here and are kind of making the best choice. It's still the wrong choice if you're going to be like the moral person and do the right thing. But for the audience, it at least is understandable. Now, what happens next? I give this film credit for, and a lot of people don't. This is the one thing that I've always given I Know What You Did Last Summer credit for. So there's a lot of sort of character development with the characters. We know that Sarah Michelle Gellar's character wants to go to New York and be this big time actress. We know Ryan Phillippe wants to be a quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. The Dallas Cowboys. Freddie Prinze Jr. just doesn't want to be his dad. And Jennifer Love Hewitt wants to be this lawyer or whatever the hell she wanted to be. And this thing happens and they all say, look, we gotta hide this because it will ruin our lives if we don't. And then what do is they do that, and what happens is it ruins all their lives anyway because they're living with guilt. They don't have the happiness and the drive to pursue these big dreams that they once had because living with this secret has literally made them all, and we see it. We see Sarah Michelle Gellar working at her parents' store, and she's like, I tried the New York thing, it didn't really work out, because you didn't see the sparkle in her eyes and the passion that she had previous to that accident. And I think that that's smart filmmaking there, that's smart writing to kind of give these characters more depth. When you look at something along the lines of The Burning or something like that, and it's just like they had an accident and go on with like, you know, it's just like, I don't know, like it's a little bit more deep than most slasher films are.
Oh yeah, for sure. The one thing I didn't really, that I always had a problem with, is that I understand that these four characters, they want to forget about this unfortunate event that's ultimately going to change their lives forever. You know, and of course, Jennifer Love Hewitt's character, she goes to college. Mm-hmm. Sarah Michelle, she tries to do the New York thing. And then blah, blah, blah. So they're all kind of in different places. But the thing that kind of frustrates me a little bit is that, you know, when they kind of meet up like a year later, that they've had no contact at all with each other. Not one of the people had any idea what they were really up to and stuff. You know, it was just kind of like, oh yeah, and then they still have that kind of grief, and they're kind of still angry about that day that they dispersed and stuff. But I had a hard time believing that none of the characters had any contact with each other over that entire year. You know, you think that you would try to keep tabs on
Moodz,
people.
No, really think about it. It's only a year, right? I've not talked to my best friends for over a year.
But then again, you didn't have something like this happen to you. See, my point I'm trying to make is that these four characters are all sharing something. They all know about this horrific thing that happened. And wouldn't you want to kind of keep tabs on these people just to make sure?
Because I wouldn't want to be reminded of it. We kept that pact. I want to remove myself as far away from these people as possible, because something I
don't think like that. I would want people to be closer to me so I could kind of keep an eye on them. I mean, who knows? I mean,
but you're trying to forget about it. You don't want to remember. Everybody wants to distance himself from the situation. And how do you do that? By not being forced to deal with it in front of your face all the time.
I get that. I totally get that. But at the same time, it's like, wouldn't you want to know, like, wouldn't it just kind of eat you up that, hey, maybe Ryan Penelope's character is talking about this shit? Like, that would bug me more than having them around.
You're like, what are you going to do, though? You're going to, like, spy on them in the bushes or something? Like, you're never going to know if they're talking about it or not.
Just literally just keep in touch. You know, I mean, they all were friends. you know, at one point. And of course, this one thing, you know, make them, you know, they go east, you know, they go all in different directions kind of thing. I mean, it makes sense to me at the same time, but, you know, at the same time,
I have a similar situation.
I'm a little indifferent with it.
I'm
a little indifferent with it.
I have a similar situation to this, not where I killed somebody, but I got into a lot of trouble once when I was
I should hope so.
Okay. And, I did the exact same thing. I went to like a family's house for the summer and didn't even return home. Like, I was so like, just wanted to get away from it so bad. And it was this big thing. So I can definitely relate to this, but I also understand your point where it's like, you almost want to keep touch base with each other to make sure you're not talking about it or telling or anything. But I just think in this situation where it's just really like, you don't even want to like what happened? I don't remember. Did something happen last summer? Like, it's such a big deal that, like, especially when Barry made it a huge deal, like, we never speak about this again type thing. You know what I'm saying? So I do think they did kind of cover those bases a little bit, why it would make sense for them to sort of spread out and
yeah,
stay with each other.
Minorly touch on it, but I just don't find it overly that believable. I mean,
and
maybe the
also,
majority of people.
You got to realize that Jennifer Love Hewitt went off to college and Sarah Michelle Gellar went out to New York. I get the sense that she just returned home after, you know, 4 or 5 months or something.
Yeah, she does say that. Yeah.
But so, I mean, it's been a year, you know, I mean, they probably did stick together for a couple months or something, you know, 2 or 3 touching base, and then I honestly wish to go play different places, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's too bad they don't actually show that, because it just puts the notion in your mind. It's like, man, they literally just, you know, they're all good friends and then just like, bam, nothing, like no contact whatsoever. Yeah, I get one point of it, but the other side, I'm just like, wow, man, if it was me and like 3 of my really good friends, I've had a hard time not keeping tabs. You'd be like, you motherfuckers better not be talking.
Yeah, so that just goes to show, like, you would be that type of person and I would be the other type of person that would be like, I don't want anything to do with these people. I never want to see them again. We kind of sit in the middle, you know, it's like a teeter thing. It's like you go one way or the other. It's like, yeah, absolutely. So, but I do give the film credit for kind of doing that with the character development, because you don't really expect that out of a film like this. And also there's a little bit more to it too, where like Freddie Prinze Jr.'s character, Ray, he is you find out from the Max guy, who you get has a previous existing relationship with Freddie Prinze Jr., where Max is sort of probably like the more poor, like west side of town, while these guys are like the east side, where they're all like popular and rich. And Freddie Prinze Jr. essentially, through some just tiny dialogue, where Max says, "You really got this rich boy thing pinned down, don't you, Ray?" Or "You almost got it down," or something like that. You get the sense that Ray is not really part of that class, you know. Definitely
that he came from the wrong side of the tracks, and now he's pretending to be on the right side of the tracks with his good friend Ryan. I totally got that too. I thought that was
which is pretty good. It's just something little to give you the characters. Unfortunately, Moodz, I remember you saying this before, but dude, like, his acting is pretty fucking terrible. Freddie Prinze Jr. in this film, like Ray's character, it's so just uncomfortably, like, just shaky. It's just a shaky acting, dude, that it kind of almost ruins scenes.
Oh, I know, man. His acting is like, he just has absolutely no range, is what it is. He's not believable in anything. He's just like, there's one scene where he kind of turns and he's like, what? And the way he does it, I'm like, oh my God, dude, you're like fucking Bill from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure right there. You know, it was like that type of level
of a Keanu Reeves.
A little bit, right? And it's just, I don't know, man. He's on a one-way street, man. He's got no range, you know, with anything. But don't you really notice it a lot in the film?
Oh, way more than I ever have before, man.
I know, it's kind of funny, right? But yeah, so.
But I do like the early setups of this film, where they go out to the beach and they're at the little festival and the homecoming girl or whatever, the parade, and
I think
all those different things.
You know, this film, like I said, it has a really good setup to it. I really enjoyed like the first 20 minutes. I think it's a very ambitious film, because like I said, it's not your typical stalk and slash type film. This is more of an investigative kind of, okay, let's get to the bottom of this. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, now someone's kind of screwing us. Now we got to figure out things. It's almost, like I said, it's like almost like a Neo Giallo at times. It's really kind of strange. But this film, it's like I said, it's really ambitious. And I find that it loses a little bit of steam in the middle of the film. And what I mean by that is that when you're watching a slasher film, and I'm quoting with my fingers right now, you're expecting a little bit of, slashing. This one really kind of loses a lot of steam after the first 20 minutes. We get reacquainted with these characters a year later, and then we got to learn exactly how they've turned into. Jennifer Love Hewitt is obviously very kind of paranoid. She's having visions, things like that. Mm-hmm. Everyone's kind of down, and they're in the dumps, and they're just, really kind of on edge and things like that. I just find that this film, I think it's just overly too ambitious with the developing of these type of, the characters themselves within the actual, story. If that makes any sense, because what I mean by that is that they really kind of focus so much on that it loses the focus of, that terror. Okay, this person should be coming out and, maybe doing some killing here and there. We don't have any killings until about an hour into the film. Mm-hmm. There's so much development with these characters and these storylines, and there's so much investigative things and stuff. And I find it has the right path. The ambition's there, but I think it's just executed very not poorly, but I think it's just too much for its own good, and it loses so much steam. And then you have a third act that kind of picks up a little bit, and it's not the craziest thing in the world. This movie right here only has about 5 deaths in the whole film.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
Which I think we should touch on the fact that this was starting to become very prevalent in the mid to late 90s, where it was like instead of your giant cast of like 15 teenagers out in the woods, it's like 4. It's like 4 characters, and it's not very many deaths. They sort of toned down the deaths and the gore, like the uniqueness of the deaths. Really, think of like Valentine, which we watched recently. Like that had like very not very like a whole lot of deaths either. So it's kind of the time they started doing that in this era. But I'll touch on a little bit of what you.
But don't you think the pacing? But don't you think the pacing would have been just a little bit better if they had I don't want to give away the exact. I mean, we don't have to give things like that. But a certain person gets killed about an hour into the film. But don't you think it would have made a little more sense for the pacing? And for the viewers and stuff to have something like that happen just a little bit earlier to kind of break up the monotony of the story and the development of these characters.
I mean,
itself.
It always helps to have more kills. But at the same time, I almost feel like even the characters that were killed that were not the main characters did feel throwaway characters because we were just spending so much time with the core 4 that if you even added more to that, that's even then it's truly is just random body count kills. Which I do kind of like in a way that they got away from that in the mid 90s and 2000s era, where they sort of stopped filling the screen with body count kills, but at the same time, I do like it as well if they're creative kills.
But don't you think that Max's death is a little bit of a filler death, and it is kind of like the first kill in the film, though?
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, though. Like there's 2 core filler deaths, and
but it's kind of funny.
So if you even added more, it'd be even more filler deaths.
I just found it was quite interesting that he was the first major kill in the film.
Well, I mean,
it's a weird structure because it's like, wow, like he dies and you're like, okay, well, okay. Like he's not really
one was
part
actually pretty good though.
No, that kill itself I think is the best one. I'm talking about, what, like the character that gets taken out. You're like, well, it's not one of the big 4. Yeah. It's just very noticeable is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because it's supposed to be a revenge film. Like these 4 characters are supposed to be paying the price for what they did, kind of thing, right? And just to have him die, I thought that was very notable because I just think that was interesting how they did that. Don't think it's the greatest thing, but I never noticed. I never even really noticed it before watching the film, and so I was watching it this time. I was like, that is really fucking weird. Because I'm thinking to myself, going, I'd watched this film a couple years ago. You'd asked me when the last time I watched it. I said a couple years ago, and I really, when you're watching a film, when you're, not reviewing it, you watch it differently. And I thought that was a big notable thing. I was like, wow, that's an hour into the film, and that's max.
Yeah, I was aware of that before. Just watching it, I knew it was like a lower body count film, and I knew the deaths weren't really a highlight. To me, Moodz, like what really slows the film down for me isn't necessarily that there isn't so many deaths in the film. It's the cliche moments that are in the film. There's moments that are maybe at the time they were like good for a trailer, or they were like intense moments, but now they just come off cheesy, especially since Scary Movie afterwards mocked these moments so much.
And I know
it really makes it more cheesy. Like when she starts screaming, like, "What are you waiting for?"
Dude, I wish I could show you the picture. I have JLH in quotation. What are you waiting for? With ha 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 screaming in the streets written down.
Yeah, like Scary Movie is definitely partially to blame for that, because they point out how ridiculous it is. But like, because I remember seeing that.
It's the way it's shot, though, too.
But I mean, it just comes off really cheesy now. But I swear to God, it wasn't when it came out.
It's shot on a fucking crane, dude. And as she's saying that, the crane's panning back, and she's kind of like turning around, like, "What are you waiting for?" It is, man. It's like, it's just one of those moments. Like, of course you're gonna fucking have her scream out in the middle of the streets when they're supposed to be hiding the shit out of what they've done. She's willing to scream out in public, "What are you waiting for?"
Yeah.
You know, like, isn't people going to kind of question that? I mean, there's just silly moments like that.
And you know, it's almost, and I'll talk about this a little bit when we get into the sequel, but there's, like, almost like Scooby-Doo moments with this, like where,
that's awesome.
You know, she opens the trunk and there's like a body in it with crabs, and when she comes back, it's all gone. Like, and I partially blame the filmmakers there, the editing, because it makes it seem like she literally walked away and came right back. But that's not the case. She went and got the other people and then came back. Could have been an hour, two, you know, a half hour, whatever.
I have it written down too.
Time to move the body, but it's the editing is just like boom, boom, like they just left him back and it's gone seriously. Already, and you're like, what the fuck? Like,
100% agree with the. I literally have written down the editing is atrocious at times because it does feel like it's in the same moment. Right? Like she walked away, grabbed that person that was sitting on the lawn.
You said at the beginning of the film where it feels like that year, that's also partially why it feels jarring that they don't know each other, because it goes from them hanging out to her back and talking to him again with not much in between.
Yep.
So that again, that's an editing problem. That's the point of editing, to make things feel.
It's something I literally was going to bring up about the editing. It's awesome you brought that up, though.
We're on the same page.
Totally.
Yeah,
I actually didn't think we were going to be for the most part.
Yeah, no, me too. I mean, there's certain things that I absolutely love about this movie, but it's 100% flawed. Like, there are major problems with this movie. One of the other things that I do like about the movie is just sort of the whodunit nature of the film. Like you're kind of like, there have been times where I watch this movie and then I forgot like how the ending went again. Like, it's actually quite complex, and they really don't spoon feed it to you. Like, they don't really break it down with like flashbacks and stuff of like what happened. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So basically what we assume is that the guy that they hit is named David Egan, who they saw a few months later what their body was found, or a few weeks later the body was found of David Egan. And David Egan 1 year before that got in a car wreck, and he accidentally killed his girlfriend in that car wreck. So turns out that David Egan is not the person that they hit, but it was actually what the hell's his name? Do you know his name?
You know me his names, man.
Oh shit! What the is his name, man? His
Fisherman?
His name's like god damn it, Ben Willis. Ben Willis is his name.
I was thinking, yeah.
And Ben Willis is actually the father of the girl that David Egan accidentally killed. So it's like, it's actually way, like, I don't even think I understood that when I was a kid. Like, I didn't know who the killer was. But
there's good writing moments in this film for sure. Like, that's not bad.
Yeah, that's actually you did not. I would have never called that, and it's not that ridiculous either. Like, it makes sense. They clearly explain to you that the town blamed David Egan for Susie's death, and and even on David Egan or Ben Willis's arm, there's a tattoo that says Susie, which is his daughter, who was killed by David Egan by an accident. Yeah. It's kind of complex. And then, of course, you have David Egan's sister, who... But
that was a nice touch, though, showing the tattoo. Like, they specifically showed the tattoo, so it was, okay,
Yeah, and you get to meet David Egan's sister, who actually was really interesting because she says that David had a friend, because they believe, like, since David's dead, they're under the impression that David's dead this whole time because they killed him and ran over his body. So they assume that it's somebody that was close to him that is doing the killings. And they say that his sister said only one person came by who said that he was a good friend of David's, and his name was Billy Blue, which we later find out to be who?
Billy Blue?
Yeah. Did you catch that?
Yeah, Billy Blue was... Yeah, who was Billy Blue again?
So you know how they go and tell Missy... They go and talk to Missy because they assume it's either Missy, which is David Egan's sister.
Yeah.
She's doing the killing, or it's somebody that knows David Egan. So they talk to Missy, and Missy tells them that only one guy came around, and his name, they were kind of sweet on each other for a little while, but it didn't last long because she thinks that it hurt to see him, to have to look at her or something. And she says his name was Billy Blue. He was tall and charming. Well, the name of Ray's boat is Billy Blue. So
That's
Ray
right.
was hooking up with what's-her-face. It's his sister, the guy that he thought he killed.
That's right.
So like I even stuff like that, there's actually kind of complex, and I was like, damn, this is kind of cool that they came up with all these different red herrings.
Yeah, but throwing around, those, and those little twists and, kind of thinkable things is going back to the whole giallo thing. I mean, that's really what a lot of giallos do.
Yeah.
They throw you characters and they throw you names and it kind of relates to one another, and then you're like, what the fuck? So it's exactly what it is. It's kind of weird.
Not to mention the soundtrack is like actually really fitting for this era.
Oh yeah, the soundtrack is for sure. I don't really find the soundtrack overly that. It's not like very prevalent in the movie though, for some weird reason. Not as much as like as the sequels though, that's for sure.
Yeah. So this film actually very interesting. It had a $17 million budget and went on to make $125.2 million.
Oh yeah, riding on the coattails of Scream right there for sure.
Huge success. It came out October 17th of 1997, so it was an October movie, released in October but taking place in the summer, which seems to fucking happen a lot. These people never get their movies set on the right fucking holidays. Of course, 4th of July weekend, that's why we're covering this film as well. I love that setting, by the way, like I know it, and even the whole like little note cards, like I know what you did last summer, like it's kind of cool, honestly. Like it's kind of original. Like we've seen it done like similar and copied and mocked like since, but at the time it was a cool idea, right?
Yeah, no, it definitely is a cool idea. It kind of makes you think at times. It's like, okay, well, how exactly were those cards being left there?
Yeah.
Don't you ever like kind of think of that? You're like, what the fuck? Like, how did that exactly happen?
Yeah.
It's like,
something, the last kind of thing that I'll touch on this, Moodz, is there's a moment where they're sitting around the beach fire, and they tell the age-old story of the escaped lunatic with the hook for a hand, and they're all like talking about no it went like this, no it went like that, no it was actually the real story went like this, and that is a beautiful moment of foreshadowing.
Oh, it's like the textbook moment of foreshadowing.
Yeah. It's so awesome because not only does it set it up for all the twists and turns. No, it goes like this. No, it goes like that. No, it's going to go like this. But it also, the hook for the hand and just the youth and the urban legend of like the small town, everything, every little folklore thing of American history sort of stems from some real thing, and little do they know that's actually situation is about to happen to them, which honestly is kind of interesting when you look at the final film in the series, how it came full circle.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to give them credit for being smart.
No, but that's actually one of my favorite things about this movie is the setup to this film, how they base on this urban legend, and it's just like this, textbook foreshadowing, right? It's just like when you watch the film the first time, I think it really works better the second time, probably. so you kind of fully catch that, when you get to really think about it. But I love anything to do with urban legends and things like that. And it's great. So that is one of my favorite moments of the film, actually. And the fact that they're telling this on a beach set in this great, kind of blue moonlit, surroundings and, by a fire, it's got like everything, that whole makeup of like, they're kind of presenting to you that this film is going to be, a slasher film.
Mm-hmm.
But what we get, I don't really even want to call this film a full-on slasher film. It's kind of strange. Like I want to call it like a Neo Giallo for the most part, because of just with all the character developments and all the kind of twists and turns and things that happen in this one. You don't see that.
It's a Neo slasher, which is like Scream and the whodunits of the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. I mean, but the thing is, Giallo had been gone for so long too, right? But this one has so many elements of an actual Giallo than more of your typical slasher. I mean, see, Giallos and slashers, they were at their height and like.
But typically, Giallos didn't really focus on teens, though, and that's where I figure this.
No. That's why this one differs, and I like how they took elements of the Giallo with the investigation and kind of figured out things and kind of, putting the viewer in their place and really making them think. I mean, with your general slasher film, besides the Scream stuff, I'm talking like the golden age of slasher films. You never had this type of development with a killer or in story in general.
Yeah, but I would say the one thing that does separate it from being a giallo is the typical, which you only usually get in American slasher films, the final chase scene with all the bodies showing up.
Yeah,
that happens in this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking more about the development of the story.
Yeah,
and things that you just don't see that in old slasher films. That's more of a giallo thing. But I think that's interesting how all these years later, with the resurgence of slasher films, with Scream being, so self-aware and smartly written and stuff. And then you got this one, which is different than Scream, but it takes elements from, a typical slasher film, giallos, and it just kind of mix matches. And, it has good elements. I don't think it fully works. It's a simple idea with some pretty good writing in there. Mixed it with some really bad acting. Yeah, I don't know. This one's it's a mismatch for me. It really is.
Yeah,
it's kind of jarring to me at first. I think.
Yeah,
it's very jarring to me when I watch this film because, like I said, when I watch this one, it kind of reminds me of the Friday the 13th remake, where the first 20-25 minutes are just really, really great. It's great setup and stuff, and then it just kind of fails itself. And it's funny because there's good things that are happening in the middle of film, but it's not that effective because in a way I don't really want to use the word boring. It's not really that boring. It's just kind of out there. It's very jarring and you're like, okay, is something going to happen? You almost kind of get to that point where if you get an hour into a film and you get your first kill, it's like, holy shit, man. Wow. They're really taking their sweet ass time with developing this, but
there's like a lot of chase scenes and stuff in the film. Like I kind of get into
but
that.
It's also
like,
mixed, but it's also mixed scenes. In. But there's so many cliched moments in this, with jump scares and things throughout the first hour of the film. I mean, there's this one scene where, it's, that screech moment is like, like that. And fucking, it's dude Slicker's, hanging there and stuff. I'm just like, oh my God.
I don't hate jump scares. I really don't. Like people don't like them. Like I never found them that annoying.
But it's all in how you use them. I mean, if you're going to continuously use the jump scare and then you're not going to deliver for a whole hour, it gets repetitive. It's just like, okay, seriously, like I get something's eventually going to happen, but when? It's just one of those moments. It's like, oh my God, like it happens 5 or 6 times before you finally get, your first kill.
Stuff more annoying to me than like jump scares is like characters running from cars, like, but standing, like, not going off the road. Like, that's more annoying to me than,
like in the middle of the road?
Yeah, they're just running
down the center line?
Road, yeah. Instead of, like, running off the road.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
But I will say that, yeah, I mean, I guess the last thing I'll kind of comment on before we get into ratings, these kids seem 17, 18 to you?
They actually don't, but the funny thing is, I believe, who is it?
Freddie Prinze was 21.
Jennifer Love Hewitt, I believe, was 18 or 19 in this film.
Really?
So, yeah. She was born in 79, so yeah, she was 18 in this film.
All right, so that I give him props for that at least.
But she doesn't look 18
never
because she has massive boobs.
I never realized that ever once, and you guys always used to say that, and I never noticed it until watching it this time that she has that big.
But isn't that kind of incredible though? She's 18 and those are natural boobs.
Yeah,
like,
she's
what?
kind of a butterface in a way. Like, I don't think she's very pretty in the face, but like,
I think that Jennifer Love Hewitt is better looking in the second film for some odd reason.
She
Maybe
definitely is.
That's probably her
'cause
wardrobe.
She's short a little bit more too. She's, like you said, only 18.
I think
guess
it is
she's
a
only
little bit
19 in the other film.
She's, I think it has to do with a lot of wardrobe a little bit. Just a whole
her
year
hair
of-
looks different a little bit too.
No, it looks.
But I
better.
feel that way about Neve Campbell too. Like Neve Campbell in Scream 2, like Scream 1, I don't even find Neve Campbell that attractive. Scream 2, she's like the hottest girl in the world. But anyway, you want to get into ratings?
Yeah, sure, man. Shoot.
Okay, I know what you did last summer. It does have its problems, but hopefully I defended it enough for some of you guys to maybe give it a second chance, because I do think it has value for sure. It's kind of laughed at now after like Scary Movie, and like people just like kind of make fun of that like late 90s era Scream copies and clones, but I actually do think that this one has a lot of value and does have a lot of interesting things going on, and is a little better than people might give it credit for. It's definitely has its problems. That's 100% sure. There's silly, stupid moments, there's cheesy moments, and there's cliches, but I do think it makes up for it. I didn't find it as boring in parts that Moodz had problems with. I found sort of the investigative narrative pretty fun, where he's visiting the sister and things like that. And the only major issues I had was just like cliche and Freddie Prinze Jr. But besides that, I think it really is a solid story. It's a story of kids trying to escape something, but ending up falling right into it, exactly what they didn't want to fall into. Something that they thought was going to ruin their life, so they do something else, but it ends up ruining their life in the same way, but only different. I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah, like I said, I'm a really big fan of anything to do with urban legends. Love the setup in this film. I think it's really, really a big hit with me. First 20 minutes. As the narrative does progress in the film, I do think that, I think it just loses so much steam. I think this film, like I said before, is really ambitious. It has a really good narrative. There's a lot of good, the story to the film is interesting. I like, how it develops at certain moments, but like JP said, there's so many cliched moments and so many kind of down moments in the film where, you're really kind of waiting for something to happen, and mixed in with all these, jump scares over and over again. We get to about an hour point in the film, get our first kill. And again, it becomes really ambitious. I think the third act in the film is very, very predictable on where it's going to happen. On a boat. I mean, this is going to go down on a boat like right away.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things, like, exactly where this is kind of going to end up. But the story is good though. I can't say that you're going to predict exactly the twists and turns with the, what's going on with the killer and stuff. But there's just so many things about this film that just drive me absolute nuts, man. The characters, for me, are just so unlikable. I really don't even like Jennifer Love Hewitt in the character, man.
Barry's my favorite character.
Yeah, and okay. Really?
Yeah, I think he's the most reasonable. He's making the most sense, man.
Yeah, he is, but he's a total dick.
Well, you gotta be a dick when nobody's listening to you.
But he was a dick before the shit even went down.
Oh, some people were dicks. I'm a dick, so I kind of relate to it a little bit.
So he's that rich kind of dick character and stuff, but yeah, mixed in with some pretty shoddy acting. I think, to be honest, I don't really think anyone's at their best in here. I don't even think Ron Penelope is that great in this film, to be honest. There's one moment where he turns around and he's like, "Shut your mouth," or whatever, and I'm just like, what? Wow. How many takes on that did you really do, man? It's pretty fucking bad. But I'm just like, they actually went with that take. Wow. But this film, it feels more of like, a 90s thriller to me, mixed in with the music. I find that the score in this film is very representative of one of those early 90s kind of thrillers. Did you get that feel when you're watching this film? Like, it just has that feel. It doesn't even feel like a slasher film. It feels like a thriller.
I don't know. Not really, because you gotta understand, like, I was like 6 years old when this came out. I watched it. It kind of scared me a little bit, because I was so young.
Yeah, I just find for, you know, a film with a pretty decent budget, you know, I just find them using that kind of stock thriller music. I was like, what? Okay, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. But you know, there is a lot of good things. I think I love the ambition of this film, which I've mentioned so many times. I just wish that there was a lot more in the middle to kind of bring everything together, because I think it starts good. And I think
a really good scene I forgot to mention where one of our lead characters gets killed during a parade.
Yep.
That scene always used to like mess me up when I was a kid, because like she's so close to like getting like help, and then she just fucked.
You know what I like about that scene is that it's broad daylight.
Yeah,
it's kind of yeah, it's like right in the middle of the day, and
it's at night.
I think you're referring to the one that's in the daytime, but yeah, I don't know, man. I just honestly wish that there was maybe some more filler. I mean, I understand what they were doing with this, but just kind of put something else for the viewer out there.
That's what the investigative narrative's there for.
Yeah, I understand that, but it gets a little tiresome when you get 40 minutes of it and you're just like, okay, seriously. I mean, it is a long developing film. You have to admit that. Like, there's a lot of development in this, and I just think
but I do think just kind of you need a lot of that.
But breaking up the monotonous a little bit, you know, maybe that's where the editing comes into. You know, the times the editing is so jarring in this film, and it's one thing I find so ineffective in this film. It's just like, you notice it right away. You brought up the crabs. I had that written down. I'm just like, it feels like she shuts the trunk, she comes back, and it's like, fuck. Like, seriously, like, that just happened? It's so ridiculous. So there's certain things like that just kind of, it just brings the whole quality of the film right down to me. One thing I didn't mention that, this kind of interesting, they don't get smutty at all in this. You know, there's no tits. That's so, like, all those that's one thing I hate about 90s horror. Like, they cut out nudity like 100%, and it started with Scream. You look at like Scream, Halloween, H2O, Resurrection, like all those films, dude. Like, there's like no nudity anymore. It's so weird, and it's very noticeable, because if you grow up, you know, watching all these older slasher films, you kind of expecting what it was, you know, like the blood, boobs, and you know, gore, and those are the things you're expecting. This film lacks all of that. It really does. It lacks all those things that you kind of are expecting to see, and that's a little too bad, man. I mean, maybe some tits for 1 second. I don't know. Is it going to improve the film? Probably not, but it's nice to have. But you know, all in said, I still do like this film. I don't love this film by any means.
It's better than people give it credit for.
Yeah, I do have a lot of like minor issues that kind of develop into like not one big issue, but there's just a lot of dislikes to the film. But I do like things about this movie, you know. So, I'm going to give this one 6 out of 10.
All right, there was one other thing that I wanted to comment on. The one thing that I kind of dislike about the ending, although like I like that it makes it extra twisty and stuff, by making it to where the killer, the guy that they innocently ran over was a killer, completely gives them a scapegoat for what they did, and I kind of don't like that displaced.
Yeah,
that's no longer their fault because hey, it was a bad guy. You know what I'm saying?
Honestly, I think it's something that you really have to dig into. I think a lot of people even probably miss that, you know, or even don't really think too much of it because you're kind of focused on the other aspect of what's going on rather than really digging down. I think, like I said, that comes back to, you know, the creative writing in the film. It's like, wow, is it a little too overambitious or what? You know, did you really have to make him? Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah. So, let's move on to I Still Know What You Did Last Summer. This one comes to us just 1 year later. Of course, making that much money at the box office, you have to rush out a sequel right away. And I'm going to be honest, this one feels like it was rushed out right away because it has its issues. So, I Still Know What You Did Last Summer from 1998. Interesting title, by the way. This one follows the murderous fisherman with a hook is back once again to stalk the two surviving teens, Julie and Ray, who left him for dead, as well as cause even more murder and mayhem. This time at a posh desert island resort. So this is funny because it's like this time on this episode of I Know What You Did Last Summer. You know, this time we're at an island retreat.
It really is, man.
But so I Still Know What You Did Last Summer is kind of interesting. Like the original film ends on a cliffhanger-ish. Like not really, just leaving it open for a sequel, but kind of retardedly. Because it doesn't even follow what it did. It ignores the final scene in the previous film.
Because I think the final scene in the previous film is, I think the way they kind of make it out to be is that it's actually a dream. Because I think they kind of note that a little bit by opening up this movie with a fucking dream.
Yeah, I guess so. That makes sense.
And that's one thing that, we've talked about this many, many times, how much we hate dream sequences that do this shit.
Yeah, I agree.
This is exactly what we talk about. And the scene opens up in a church.
But you can instantly tell it's a dream sequence.
No, you know it is,
so
but it's still jarring to you. You're like, fuck, it's a fucking dream.
Yeah.
And it is so predictable. Of course it is, because it's the way it's mixed too. It's totally has that kind of dreamy atmosphere to it and stuff. But all in all, it is a dream. And I think that's kind of what they were alluding to at the end of the first one, because I think what they do at the end of the first film by doing that is that we can go one way or this way. It leaves their options open. Mm-hmm. So it's just easier to make a sequel then.
So Kevin Williamson did not return for writing duties on this film.
God, you can fucking tell.
Yeah, you can.
That he did not write this film, and it's so obvious, man. We're talking even from the dialogue. I mean, the story itself. The story has so many plot holes. It has so many incredibly huge plot holes that it's like it's just laughable. This movie at times is so laughable with plot holes. You're like, what?
It relies heavily on convenience.
It does, and there's so many things that happen in this film that don't make any fucking sense. Like, they don't make sense, because based on these type of characters who are supposed to be smart, these are all college students? Yeah. Okay. Whew. Where do you want to start with this one, man?
So the first thing that I'll say is Freddie Prinze Jr.'s acting is much better in the sequel. Like,
that's because he's in the film for 7 minutes.
He definitely learned a little bit and improved. I'm gonna be honest, like, my favorite character in this one is Brenda. I think Brenda's pretty cool. Do you just not like Brenda?
She's okay.
Or Brandy. Wait, what's her name? Brandy?
Oh, you talk. Oh, yeah,
Brenda.
Yeah.
What's her name? Her friend.
Brenda.
Carla.
Well, I mean, that's her real name. Her name's Carla.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Carla.
You're referring to Brandy, the singer, yeah.
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 So,
I just think it's quite interesting how politically correct they got with this film by, well, if we're going to have this white couple, we might as well throw in this black couple, and they'll be played by Brandy and Mekhi Phifer. It's like that, man. They're just so popular at the time, right? Just put in these popular black people. I'm just like, yeah, I mean, it totally makes sense. It totally makes sense because, you don't see any of that in the first film.
Your boy's in this film, though.
Yeah, Jeffrey Combs is in this film. He plays the...
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about your boy.
Which one?
Your boy, dude. Your favorite actor.
Jeffrey Combs?
No, dude. Fucking Jack Black.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I totally forgot. Jack Black is the fucking hippie. Or the dope smoker.
Oh,
fuck, man.
God, dude.
I know.
One of the all-time annoyingest characters.
Can you fucking believe Jack Black and Jeffrey Combs are in the same film? It's like, what just happened here?
Oh, dude. So, honestly, I gotta be straight up, though, homie. Like, I like the setting to this one.
Yeah, dude. I like the setting, too, but you know what it reminds me of?
What?
It reminds me of Jack Frost 2.
No, not even.
It does, man. They go to, like, this Caribbean island.
It reminds me of The Shining.
Really?
It really does, yeah. Like, this sort of, like, vacation that's, like, they're the only people there and stuff. And you gotta admit, the dude kind of reminds you of Scatman. The black voodoo dude.
Oh, the voodoo. Yeah. What's his name? Jesus or something like that. Estes. Yeah, I get that.
You get that? I feel like they totally did that intentionally.
When I was first watching this film, I was thinking about, I started laughing so hard. I was like, the setting immediately reminded me of Jack Frost 2. I was just like, okay, they took it from this small little town and they just took it to this Caribbean island, and it's like an offbeat island too. Like they can't get off the island, right, at all. You know, they're like way out there. I'm just like, oh my god, it's so. I don't know why I just instantly thought of Jack Frost. It's probably because we reviewed it on here, but I do like the fact that what they did to the characters, because they end up winning this trip to the Caribbean island. I guess Brandy's character, she wins this trip on the radio, which eventually turns out to be one of the stupidest moments in the fucking film once you get the reveal later on down the road and stuff.
Why?
Because of
that dumb.
Well, no, it's kind of stupid in two ways, because there's absolutely no way this probably could ever work, but it's the simple fact of her answer to the question.
Rio de Janeiro?
That's fucking wrong.
I would have said.
But it's wrong. But my thing is, coming back to the characters, is that these are 4 college students, and you think one of the 4 would at least know that Rio de Janeiro is no longer capital of Brazil. It is Brasilia. And it's so funny that not one person fucking, like, to me, that just seems like
I do
easy,
believe
right?
that they're not around her when she says it out loud, though. Like, the other 2 dudes, I don't think they're next to her. Like, they're not there when she...
It's just her and Jennifer Love Hewitt, but they do say later on when they get to the hotel, they're like, yeah, Rio de Janeiro, and like, in front of everyone.
Yeah, but they do say in front of somebody who does know that it's wrong, and he acknowledges it later in the film that it was wrong. He's like, yeah, Rio, huh? He's like, I knew something was up right away when I heard that you won the contest to a wrong answer.
But still, it had been mentioned before in front of these characters, and it's like,
has it though? Are you 100% sure that like Mekhi Phifer and Will's and Will were around when they said the answer?
Yeah. She says it previous to that other moment, for sure she does. And that's what just makes me kind of think, and I'm like,
well, dude, it's not impossible, right? Like, I didn't know the answer, and I bet you, like, if I would ask everybody at work tomorrow, I guarantee you that probably nobody would know it.
But I'm just saying, these are 4 college students that are supposed to be decently
3
smart.
College students in my workplace. I bet they don't know. I bet.
Okay, I mean, you can try that, that social experiment. I'm sure it probably will.
The problem is that it's definitely not impossible. In fact, I bet it would be kind of likely. Look, I asked the group the other day who we fought in World War II, and 2 people didn't know.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah,
okay, maybe it's possible, but you do understand where I'm coming from here, right?
Yeah, I mean it's like, a nitpick, dude, 100%.
It is a nitpick, but yeah, I mean, I know my geography pretty well, so I'm just like, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, no. Yeah, but it's also a trick question though, because Rio de Janeiro used to be the capital of Brazil.
Which even makes sense. Like, Rio is like everybody knows. Like, that's the one thing that, like, that's the only, I never even heard of Brasilia, dude.
Yeah.
That's fact. I'm not good at stuff like this.
But so this film right here, yeah, I mean, so it's a really simple premise. I mean, they win this trip and they end up going to this island, and of course people start getting picked off one by one in very, very cliche, typical slasher type
this
film.
One's even way more cliche than the first film.
Well, this one plays out like a total slasher film. Like, I mean, people are just doing their stupid things, and then they start getting killed, and
so you're glad that there was a higher body count that fixed the entire film for you?
Well, no, this one's a little more. This one's a little more simple-minded for the entertainment value, but this is a way worse film than the first one. It really is. It's a terrible film with a lot of fucking plot holes. There is
care to discuss any of those?
Well, first of all, the fisherman.
Yeah.
How does he get to the island?
'Cause they planned it.
I know, but they don't show, but you have to realize where I'm coming from on that one. I understand obviously who the other character, and like, I understand this was all planned out, but he's just there. Like,
well, he used to live there.
Yes, I get that. But they don't show. It's
well,
just
he can take off his slicker when he's like not stalking them. Like, he can just go over like anybody else, technically.
I guess.
I mean, like, he's not like a Mongoloid.
If you want to disconnect yourself from reality and kind of think of things like that, but it is kind of funny. It's one notion that you think about it and you go, how the fuck did he get over there? It's fucking storm season for one thing, which they do note, unless he was there making the original call. I don't fucking know. It's just things like that are just, they're not explained whatsoever. And therefore they turn into kind of minor nitpicks when you're reviewing, and they turn into plot holes. So, but this movie has secondary characters are super annoying. But, getting back to the setting though, I do like the island setting, like you said.
I like
and
the stormy islands.
I love the fact that they set it in storm season. I love that.
I also love the
rainy,
fact that they're kind of alone. It reminds me of like when I remember staying at a hotel one time with like a couple family members, and there was a lot of us kids there and stuff, and it felt like we had the whole hotel to ourselves at night. Like nobody like made us go like in rooms or anything. We just got to like kind of roam around, and it reminded me of that so much. It was so fun.
And
come on, that'd be awesome having the whole bar to yourself. And,
fuck yeah. You know, with the odd employee there and stuff like that. But yeah, no, it would be fun. It would definitely be fun. That would be the best thing ever. Not having to wait for drinks.
Yeah. Listen, dude, I got one major gripe with this film, and ever since I've worked in the hotel industry, I pick apart shit like this. But so there's a housekeeper, and she's going and stripping out the rooms like most housekeepers do during the day. And she goes in a room and she pulls out a bunch of the stuff in the cart, and then she notices she has some blood on her hands, and then she looks down and there's blood all over the sheets, and she's like, ah! And she screams like, dude, you know how often housekeepers find bloody stuff? like
especially bloody sheets.
If people are screaming, dude, I seen the grossest thing ever when I seen a literal covered in blood bed with like handprints in it when this couple decided to do some things on their period, and it was
like a fucking murder scene, yeah,
dude, crazy blood. And so like I know that like it's like, dude, come on, nobody's screaming at that.
People are so ignorant, man. You know, they realize that someone has to clean it up, and that's probably part of it, though. Like, yeah, and someone's gonna have to clean this up. It's fucking disgusting, man. Ew.
But yeah, so I had a major beef with that because it's stupid, and makes no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. It really does. Oh, fuck.
It's just the problem, the main core problem I think that you're getting with the plot holes is just the whole wacky, like, super setup scenario. It's just so hard to be on board with. Like, it's so first of all, like, this killer from the first film is now, we get his backstory, and not only was he a murderer in the first film, but turns out he was a murderer like years before that.
Yeah, he's actually a murderer.
And not only was his daughter accidentally killed, but he also has a son that is just as crazy as him. And, you know, for some reason the son was not involved in the first murders that happened the previous summer at all.
Well, since he didn't quite, get his revenge in the first film, that they figured they'd introduce this character and have him at college to infiltrate these other three, and so
then you start to think like, oh well, he went to college, like got accepted into the same exact college, and has like the same exact classes as her, and then he calls her and has a fake radio voice that just so happens that it sounds supernatural and that she can't believe it. She can't know that it's him, and then that he tricks her into going to Brazil, and then he just banks on the fact that Ray won't go and that he'll get the ticket.
I love the fact that Ray actually fucking, kind of puts the nail into that one himself. It's like he's fucking around, and then after he gets off the phone, he tells his buddy, he's like, he shows the ring that he's going to give her. And then he's like, maybe I should give her a call and tell her I'm coming back. He's like, no, or that I'm going to go. And he's like, no, man, just surprise.
I'm dumb as fuck, because I didn't realize that. I realized that I said that he just expected Ray not to go, but really he actually stops Ray from going as well.
Yeah,
so I kind of fucked up on that, but nonetheless, it's very complex and convoluted.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. It's just, it's kind of like all convenient writing. This guy is there.
Everything is so convenient, like ridiculously convenient.
Yeah, this movie's all about convenience. It's just such a step down in quality and just everything about this one. Like,
I mean, when you really think about it, though, dude, it literally was in theaters 13 months after the first film. So when you really think about it, like how much of that time did they spend shooting and how much did they spend script writing? You can't say that they took more than it had to be no more than 3 months to write the script. Right?
Probably
so it
not.
makes 100% sense why it's so sloppily thrown together. Because maybe at its core, you hammer out some of the retarded shit and you remove some of the plot holes, and you might actually have like a decent little slasher there, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe, you know, get them to the island with a little bit different story. It's funny when you learn that they set up that whole the whole phone call. Yeah. And it's like, what? Like, and I'm thinking to myself going, okay, but I don't think there's any dialogue in the film where Brandy's character ever says that, you know, she was expecting a call from this radio station or whatever, or that she'd applied or. No,
in fact, they actually say, the phone rings and she's like, hey, my number's, unlisted. And she's like, oh, it's Tyrell. Don't worry. I'd been dating him 3 months. So literally nobody could have called her unless it was Tyrell. Yeah. Or Tyrell told the number to somebody else.
Yeah. And she never says that she, you know, applied for, you know, this contest or anything. And it's just all of a sudden she gets this call.
Yeah. But you know what that is though? That's intentional. Like they put that in there so that it's a hint for who the killer is. That's 100% intentional. It's just it's an oversight on the characters to not realize like, hey, this is weird. We got a phone call from, you know.
Yeah.
But it is intentional.
You think?
Yeah, 100%.
100%. It could be. But, yeah, this one, man, whew, it has just some of the most annoying characters. Jack Black's character in this one, he plays the island, he's the island Smokey. And, he's just there for comedy.
Doing that Jack Black thing.
He's just there for comic relief when he's not even funny at all. He's just, you know, he's got the most ridiculous fucking Rasta wig on ever. It's ridiculous. He's got these stupid dreads and shit.
It doesn't even look natural at all.
No, it's really, really bad. But that's where this film is so different than the first one because it totally, it's not taking itself seriously at all because it throws in a bunch of comedy. You know, it tries to be funny at times, and they even throw in like some race jokes and stuff. And it's like, okay, it's just jarring at all points.
And they even spend like so much time on the fact that Tyrell is like horny. Like they literally to where like they're about to die, and he's like, "I'm fucking horny, and I can't take this shit no more." You know, it's so ridiculous because the whole time he's just trying to bang Carla. And like they were really close a couple times and things like that. But I gotta say, man, my least favorite part of the entire movie drives me fucking bananas is when they're in the storm cellar and Julie's like, Carla, grab my hand. Carla, grab my hand. And she's like, all right. And she's like, Carla, grab my hand. She's like, I got your hand. And she's like, that's not my hand.
Yeah.
And then she like that. First of all, it makes no fucking sense.
No, like, I
the
agree
hand
with
would be like tilted up that way and like right now, like it's so ridiculous. It's a literal Scooby-Doo moment. They do that in Scooby-Doo.
Like
I'm almost certain that's an actual Scooby-Doo moment where the lights come on and like Scooby got the fucking Frankenstein's hand or something.
Oh, probably. And like, you know, I'm sure that hand was like ice fucking cold.
Not to mention they ripped off Scream, the moment when it's revealed that Will is actually one of the killers.
Yeah.
She's trying to heal, like, you know, med kit him up and shit, and she's like, I don't see a wound, and he's like, that's because it's not my blood. And like, didn't Billy Loomis do that in Scream?
Exactly the same thing. Yeah, that's awesome you brought that
and
up.
It's not like it happened years later. Like, it literally just happened like 1 year earlier.
Yeah.
2 years earlier.
Yeah.
By the time they was writing it was only 1 year earlier. So, I mean, like, I just feel like the screenwriter in this one was just handed like, hey, write a sequel to this movie in like 20 days. And, you know,
but they really do manage to capture a lot of the same like a lot of with the editing in this film too. There's a scene where there's a body in one moment and it's gone like the next. You know, you're just like, oh my god, again. And it's like completely comparable to the crab scene. It's the exact same thing. I'm like, oh, we're doing this again? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Do you know what else
you can't develop that any better? Like, it's just so obviously done bad. Like, ugh. It's really stupid.
Yeah, the guy who wrote this episode, I guarantee he was just like a young screenwriter who honestly just like was trying to get his feet wet and got thrown this and just hammered it out very quickly because he didn't have time. I mean, like if you really look at it, dude, like it was produced so fast. Like I can't really blame a lot of the writing on the actual writer. I doubt he had much time to do it. I mean, he went on to write a lot of TV, CSI, New York, and stuff like that. And another, oh my god, like terrible moment makes absolutely 100% no sense. Julie decides to go ahead and do some karaoke, and she honestly does a great job and does look kind of sexy while doing it. Even though I don't find Jennifer Love Hewitt that attractive, she is way more attractive in this film than the first one. And those boobs, man. I mean, I was looking at her Wikipedia page, and even there, whew, Jesus.
I know, right?
So, first of all, it's funny that it's like almost like self-aware. This is one of the first self-aware moments where the bartender is like, everybody's a fucking singer or something, you know? The fact that like in a movie, like of course the girl like nails the karaoke, you know what I'm saying?
Well, that was actually kind of a joke based on Jennifer Love Hewitt's like herself in real life because she became a singer.
No, I didn't know.
She actually put out an album, I think, around that time.
But anyway, so she's singing the song, and all of a sudden on the like Videotron, the fucking word like "I still know what you did last summer" pops up. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, how on earth did that happen? Like, first of all, you just got to assume that you know that she's gonna sing karaoke. That you know that the black chick is gonna give her that song to sing on karaoke. Like, Jesus Christ, yo.
Oh, I know. I know.
And then you have to figure out a way to like change the words and put I don't even know how to justifiably explain that scene.
I know.
Like in what like how did you even work your way around that?
No, it's you just can't do that because I mean that shit's burnt on disc. Like you're reading that off of like a media file, like off a disc, right?
Yeah, I seriously
like how the fuck does it just come up in the middle of that? Like I mean, okay, that makes no sense. It really doesn't.
Weird.
Your thoughts on the Estes character and the whole voodoo aspect. I feel like that was just like
it's just a red herring, really. Like you have to make
really
this weirdo character.
It's totally thrown in there to be red herring. Yeah. It just adds to the just the typicalness of this slasher film. It's very typical of old slasher films, and exactly you expect those type of characters. You know, they have to be there.
I didn't mind like, the red herrings and stuff. Like, you know what's funny, dude? I actually used to like this movie a lot more than the first one when I was younger. Probably because of the setting, but watching it now, it's been so long since I've seen it. There's major problems with this movie, but I still kind of like it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it definitely has its moments, man. I think it's a very almost average type film, but I mean, the thing with this one, it's got a little more entertainment value in the aspect that, you know, they do start to get into the kills and stuff. And, but it doesn't, it's like the exact same setup as the first one. Like Jennifer Love Hewitt's character is so overly, you know, disillusioned and stuff in this one. It just gets kind of jarring at times. You're like, oh God, we get it. You're fucking having problems here, man. But they, again, even though they managed to incorporate kills throughout the film in this one, I think this movie has about 9 or 10 kills overall. They still managed to have fucking jump scares after jump scares in this film. Yeah, like, it's just filled with them. It's filled with them. It's like, holy shit, man. Like, it's fine to have a 1 or 2 here and there, but like, are you kidding me? They just did that. They just overdid it, man, with that shit. So, not a big fan of that.
Yeah. But you know, like it's just this one is sort of like the opposite of, the first film, where the first one had like a really good story, but didn't have like enough kills to kind of keep you interested throughout the later parts of the film. While this one has more kills, but the story isn't there to keep you interested in the film.
100% is the completely opposite film.
Yeah.
This one is just your very typical run-of-the-mill slasher film. It's got that, it tries to be smart, but at the same time, it's just filled with plot holes. But then it makes up for it with extra kills, entertainment value. I mean, some people might get a kick out of the comedy elements where the first one lacked in. You know, it has expendable characters in this one. Of course, with the bartender and stuff. She's
a cunt, man.
And the death scene with Estes is fucking, it's like ridiculous, man. But they have those characters, and of course you have another dick character. Jeffrey Combs plays an asshole in the film too.
Yeah, he's a big dick.
But yeah, it's just like, again, this film is just filled with unlikable characters, man. There's a lot of dicks and stuff, and there's unfunny characters that you don't like. And, I don't know, man. And Ray's not even really in the film a whole lot, which is probably a good thing.
I don't know. Like, I kind of liked him a little bit more in this one, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, well, I mean, he couldn't do really any worse, but I do think the soundtrack's better in this film. It has, I think there's a scene where they're rolling around and listening to, it's fucking Ray and his buddy, played by John Hawkes. They're doing Whitesnake.
That shit is great. And what's
that part
hilarious,
is
dude? I listened to a podcast, an MMA podcast where every once in a while, like, dudes Skype will mess up and they'll play that song, like and here we go. What is it? Here we go again or something.
Yeah.
But dude, it's so funny because like the same day I was listening to that podcast, they played it like 3 times, and then it was in this movie.
It's awesome. I just love that scene though, man, because they're totally like air banded, they're singing to the song and stuff, and then Ray looks over and he's like, dude. He's like, dude, and he's kind of like, commenting about how bad his singing is. And John Hawkes' character's like, dude, man, he's like, I'm fucking quitting this band. The way it says that.
Yeah, there's some cool moments like that. Honestly, like the story and plot is just so wonky. But I will say that I didn't call who the killer was when I first seen this. I remember that. Granted, I was like 7, but like I don't think it's super obvious, and I think it's even less obvious that like the same killer has returned as the first one, and even less obvious that he has a partner now. It doesn't make the most sense in the world that all that would be able to happen, but
I mean,
most of the time whodunits don't really make all that much sense. So
it's just, it's trying to be too big. It's like, okay, we're going to take this story to the Caribbean, but we're going to have this fisherman killer and his accomplice, which is actually his son, have this crazy fucking plan to get these characters there. But then we're also, I mean, he manages to get there, by chance, really. Well, not really by chance. I guess he kind of fucks up Ray a little bit there, but it's still by chance though, because Ray kind of did it to himself, kind of shot himself in the foot a little bit too. But the fact of the matter is that the fisherman's there too, and I'm just like, how the fuck did he get there? And I'm
like,
just
how the fuck did all this come together?
And it really is. It's just, you think about it and it makes your head spin at the same time. You're like, okay,
you know what'll make your head spin, Moodz? If you think like the entire chronological story of I Know What You Did Last Summer, 2 films, like, spans 5 years. Like, the first year is when David Egan accidentally kills his girlfriend. The very next year is when they accidentally hit the guy who killed David Egan, and then the year after that is when that guy returns to kill them, and then the year after that is where they go to the Bahamas, and then it ends with the year after that when Ray and What's-Her-Face are together.
That's awesome.
5 years in 2
I didn't really think about it being such a short span of time. It's kind of interesting.
But I don't really have much more on this one. Do you?
Not really. I do think that, even with a higher body count and stuff, the kills weren't overly that great in this film.
And they never are in this era. It's so weird. You'll know, if you watch a lot of these films, like, in a row, you'll see that, like, they just were weak sauce with kills back in, like, the mainstream films in the 90s. Like, look at, like, Halloween H2O and shit. Like, there's not really any kills in that movie.
No. The one kill in this film that really bugs me is Jack Black's character gets stabbed with, like, and actually that scene bugs me too, because the killer has like a whole arraignment of weapons, And then he's just kind of like, which one am I going to use? Which one? And I'm just like, what the fuck does it matter? You're going to kill him. Just fucking kill him. But then he picks his like hedge clippers or whatever, and he stabs him right through the fucking chest, and no blood.
Yeah.
Really? Not even a drop of blood? I'm like, okay, that's fucking stupid.
So,
Come on.
The last thing I'll kind of comment on before we get into ratings, this one had a budget of $65 million. So
makes no sense.
17 million was the original budget. 65 million was the sequel's budget. And honestly, does not look like it. Definitely looks like it has a higher budget, but 65 million? I mean, I guess they really had to shut down like an entire island to film this shit or something, because that is ridiculous. But then again, you know what? I bet you they paid Freddie Prinze Jr. and
Jennifer Love Hewitt a lot more.
Yeah, a lot, because they were probably huge after that first movie. So yeah, guess how much it made, Moodz? So it cost $65 million, only made 40 back.
Of course. Wow, that's a really big decrease, man.
Yeah, especially when the first one made like 100 and some million.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So ratings. I'll go. You want to go first?
Sure.
Yeah, you go first.
Yeah, I mean, I've said what I need to say about this one. It has its moments. I think the story is completely head spinning. It's jarring to the point that it just makes you fucking want to punch yourself in the face for watching the film. But it does have its moments. Cool setting, and there is some decent things that are happening in this one. I don't think the cinematography is that bad or anything. The editing again is exactly like the first film. It's beyond jarring. But entertainment value, it's not the worst thing in the world. And that's really what it comes down to with this film, because it's silly. They try to bring in all these, comedic elements and stuff I find that really don't work. They didn't overly try that hard with the comedic stuff, but I think it's kind of those jokes where you go, it's just those moments, it's like, oh God, okay, I get it. But, all in all, man, I think it's a run of the mill slasher that tried to be a little bigger than the first film. I think it fails in a lot of accounts, especially with this the plot holes. I think are very noticeable to probably everyone that watches this film. But it's definitely not the worst thing in the world that I've ever seen. I actually think I like this movie more than I remembered liking it, to be honest. It's kind of weird, but again, there's the lack of nudity, the lack of kills, not the lack of kills, I meant the lack of gore and blood and stuff. The kills just aren't that great. But we do get to see Jennifer Love Hewitt in a bikini in this film, which is pretty cool. So I give a little bit of marks to that. But all in all, I can't go too high on this one. I'm going to give it a pass at a 5 out of 10.
Yeah, this one to me, I agree with pretty much everything that you said. I actually liked this one a lot more when I was a kid. And honestly, if I was going to just pick one to watch, which I wouldn't do, but if I was, I might go with the sequel, because I think that it is a little more faster paced and more things are happening with all the kills and stuff like that. The first one has that great opening, which makes it an actual good movie. But this one just is more entertaining throughout, I guess. It's still not that good, not that bad. It's very average. I give it a 5 out of 10 as well.
Oh, there we go. 5 out of 10.
So, one more here, and I don't know if you could hear it, but it's thunderstorming pretty bad outside.
Is that what that is?
Yeah. So I'm nervous that the power might go out. So let's get into this bad boy right away. It is from the year 2006, so many, many years later, they decided to do another sequel, and it is I'll Always Know What You Did Last Summer.
And this time they moved to Colorado. A group of teenagers in Colorado find themselves being stalked and killed one by a mysterious figure with a hook, exactly 1 year after they covered up a friend's accidental death. Now, my first question to you, which I was just... I don't even know if I can say. Is this almost a remake of the first film?
No, I don't think it is, because it's
obviously it has its own ideas in this film, but I mean, the general premise of this film is pretty much identical with the exception of the prank that they're pulling, but you know, what they do, you know,
well,
is essentially the same
what
thing.
it is it's almost like what you would call a spinoff or like sort of a parallel film.
Yeah.
Where it's essentially what it's doing, and this is all revealed in the ending, is it comes full circle in terms of the first film opens with these kids who have this unfortunate accident, but they were talking about urban legends. This film literally takes that idea and takes the first film, the first story, and it makes it into a urban legend. So what had happened in the first two films,
which I really
Know
do
What You
like
Did Last Summer, became like folklore in America, and this film is set in that same world where that has become a legend. And it's, I guess the idea is that legend kind of took a life of its own and actually became supernatural in terms of the actual killer in this film.
Which is, you know, yeah, I know, man. The story, it's a little jarring because they're playing off that this is just, you know, a real, you know, an urban legend or whatever. So they're going to make fun of it. And, you know, because everyone knows about this, you know, this killer with this hook and stuff. So we're going to make a big joke out of it. Do you buy the fact that it comes full circle with, you know, it kind of turns itself into a real thing and becomes supernatural?
You know what? Honestly, dude, like I honestly think if you're gonna make a low budget sequel direct to video like many years later, why not do something cool and interesting like that? I mean, you ain't gonna get Jennifer Love Hewitt back, you ain't gonna get Freddie Prinze Jr. back. You're not gonna be able to make an actual sequel. So why not make this fun sort of little like play around with the mythology of the original film and kind of take it and make it a little more supernatural. Fuck it, let's do something different.
Do you feel like, you know, in the film, like when I'm watching this one again, and I hadn't seen it in a while, I really didn't remember too much
since it came out.
But yeah, probably me too. But, you know, when I'm watching the film and, you know, it gets to the end and stuff, and do you feel like it becomes supernatural because like they thought so seriously about, you know, the urban legend and making fun of it and stuff? Do you feel like it almost became what it became because it just feel like it had to almost defend itself in a way?
Wait, say that again. I didn't quite get what you were saying.
Do you feel like, you know, the killer or, you know, the supernatural, you know, the fisherman or whatever, because he's obviously not alive, feels like it almost has to defend itself, you know, because these kids were making fun of what they thought was an urban legend, which we know actually really happened. Right?
I think it's part that, but it's also part of like it's almost like a cautionary tale for any group of kids who commit or create a crime or lie about something. Like the legend is that like this guy is gonna come and sort of
so it's kind of like a moral of the story.
Yeah, it's just like a cautionary tale. And I'm
see, that's how I originally thought this
with
was
that idea.
Yeah, see, I originally thought it was kind of like the cautionary tale, you know, moral story. But then, you know, I'm watching again going, I feel like, you know, they made fun of him and he, by some chance, which, you know, obviously, you know, they can't explain this because
it's unexplainable. You can't really.
Exactly. You just could never explain it. But the killer kind of knows exactly what these kids over in Colorado did because, you know, he's dead, he's supernatural, whatever. You know, just kind of take it for what it is. And then he comes back to, you know, kind of seek some revenge on them. Hey, if you're going to make fun of this shit, it's for real. I think
it's probably a little of both. Like it could be a little of both, you know, and it could be partially like a cautionary tale, but it just so happens that they were also talking about what happened to that guy. You know, it's like one thing that I don't get about
this movie has a better idea than the second one.
Yeah,
it totally does.
But the one thing that I really don't get about this one is the way the accident in which happens. So they have this idea for a prank where everybody knows the urban legend of this killer in a slicker and with a hook, and they're gonna dress up one of their friends as it. They're going to chase another one of their friends. He's going to do some kind of skateboard trick, like off of a freaking parking garage. And he's going to land on 3 fucking mattresses.
Yeah.
But the mattresses are gone, but in place of the mattresses are a fucking tractor.
I know. I never understood that either, but I understood what they were doing. They were trying to make a huge spectacle of it so everyone could see. That's why they had him skateboarding off the roof and jumping onto there. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from, why he lands all of a sudden onto this basically pole. and like impales himself.
Like,
it's like
what the problem is like if those mattresses were still there, like he still would have fucking landed on the tractor instead. You know what I'm saying? Like he landed on the tractor.
Yeah, I guess. Sorry.
So, but the thing that kind of I didn't like is in the first film they have all these reasons why they can't just go to the cops and explain the story. In this one, there doesn't really seem to be that much. Like, we did a prank, but you know, and somebody died, but it's not our fault he died. Like he jumped off a fucking building.
Well, that's they feel guilty for, right? And they don't really want to be exposed to the people that were pulling a prank on.
But the guy who died was pulling the prank too. Like he was doing it. Like it could have been his fucking idea.
But the thing is, no one would ever know that because the dude's dead.
I mean,
right? No matter how you look at it.
But like then you'd be like,
totally
well, there was mattresses down here. Like obviously he was trying to like.
But if you look at the law, like they technically would have been responsible for his death.
No, they wouldn't have. How?
Well, because they were the ones pulling the prank. I mean, somehow you would be responsible for that.
What
shit.
Kind of charge would you get? Like accident?
Oh fuck! I'm sure there's a million. I'm sure there's.
You're gonna get like manslaughter for that? Like I just don't see that. Like I don't know. Like it seems like stupid kids accidentally. One of them died.
You know, technically you probably could because I mean you set up this thing. I mean it is purely an accident, but yeah, I mean you know like kids do, they kind of freak out and they're like, "Hey, fuck, man, you know we're probably going to go down for this shit." Like, so let's let.
But it
the
didn't
cops
seem
believe
like there
that
was
this
enough.
was actually a mass killer, you know, chasing this person, and you know he fell off the building and died. Like let them believe that, so it does kind of take the heat right off us.
I'm just saying, in this one, it didn't seem like they're like because like in the first one, I was Whitberry, like hell yeah, I ain't saying shit. In this one, I would have been like. Yo, like I'm telling them what the fuck happened. Like I would be that guy. I would be like, yeah, I'm gonna tell them what fucking happened.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a weaker setup. I totally agree with you too, but I do understand where they're coming from because you know, bind by the law, there's some way that you're probably going to get charged with criminal negligence for you know because you guys were all responsible for setting up this prank, so therefore you are involved. And it's criminal negligence, and the family's probably going to see, like, I mean, if you want to get real technical about it, that's probably essentially what would happen. And it probably would.
But the problem, the one thing though, is that it was like, he was like in on the prank. Like it was like, it wasn't like these guys like fucked up and like pranked some unsuspecting.
You know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that he was in on the prank. It's the fact of the matter that he died.
Well, that's even like the only person that should be scared is the one wearing the suit. The other three didn't do anything but run.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They might have set it up, but still, like they had no part in that guy's death.
But I think actually one of the girls notices, like she's the one that starts the whole thing. She's like, "Oh, look it up there," and everyone kind of turns and looks.
Yeah, but still, like you're not gonna get. What are you gonna get charged with? You didn't do anything. Like,
yeah, but I
mean, you can't get charged for being part of a practical joke. Like,
it's called criminal negligence. Yeah.
I don't know, dude. You're not gonna get. You might get some like probation down here or something. Like, you're not gonna get fucking murdered, like any kind of crazy charge for those three that did.
Well, if you're negligent, that just means that the family of the deceased can sue the shit out of you, right? So you may not go to jail, but you are still responsible for the death, and who knows? You know, you don't want that.
I don't think it would hold up, man. I really don't.
I do. I've seen a lot of criminal negligence cases before.
Maybe up in the
it does happen.
Land of Canada.
No, man, most of the stories are fucking American justice bullshit.
Yeah, but dude, it's like they literally did. Like, what did they do?
Because they were part of the prank. There was
they were part of, like, dude. If I was like, hey, I'm a killer, and like I'm like,
dude, all of them sat around and decides they came up with this plan to do this. So if you were sitting in that circle pre-game, you are negligent for that death. No matter, you're linked to that death. No,
because they didn't cause the death. Like the dude did, like they
didn't. But they did because they set up the prank. He was up there because you guys were sitting.
No, they set up a stunt, and he died during a stunt. Like, it's different because they didn't like. I know,
but nobody knows that though.
Scenario where like
no.
They would know that though, because like there's mattresses down there. Like the idea was for him to jump off of the thing.
Of course, it was a stunt. It was a stunt that went bad.
You can say that it was a play, that it was a rehearsal. Like, it could be anything. Like, that's not it. Like, to me, it's like it's not like a prank, like you like in Carrie or something where like you cause somebody to kill themselves.
It's just like when Owen Hart fell in the fucking WWF at the time there and died. WWF at the time was held responsible for it.
They were hosting the thing. It was their
exactly.
company.
But I'm just saying, you look in the real world, somebody has to be responsible for this. That's just the way shit works.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to go into it too much more. I disagree. I don't think that it would be really a
100%. You ask anybody out there, if you were part of a plan to do a joke, whatever, and something goes seriously wrong. But you can't
just say to do a joke. It's this joke, a joke that it
doesn't matter. That's what happened. That's what they intended to set up this big, prank or whatever. And it went fucking bad. And if you were part of the initial plan, even to get him up on there, you're responsible. That's just the way it works.
I don't know, man.
100% it does. 100%. Yeah. But anyways, getting to the film. So essentially right after this happens, which I find so jarring in itself too, because, their friend has just died. And I feel like there was like no interaction with the cops and stuff. Like, don't you think they want to, talk to, certain people? Okay, you were with him at this, but there's none of that really. It just finds them out in the woods and they're doing exactly what is happening in part 1 here. The 4 of them are discussing what exactly they're going to do. So they make a pact and they say, okay, let's kind of forget about this whole situation and let's burn all the evidence and we'll go our separate ways and never speak of this again. So it turns into the exact same storyline as the first one.
Yeah.
Like exactly the same. So what do you think about, from there on?
I think the pretty much whole middle of the film is kind of boring, honestly. Like I would say like the last 20 minutes are decent.
Really? The whole middle of the film was okay.
Yeah, like I didn't care about the chick and her band thing. I didn't give a fuck about any of the characters. Like I thought these were the least likable characters in the entire series.
Oh my god, I am so opposite, man. I find this movie has the most likable characters.
Really?
I like the girl with the band, and I like especially the lead character, man. She actually is like a legitimately nice character, and like there's never any.
I don't need nice though. Like that's not something I don't know. Like she just.
But she's a sympathetic. She's a sympathetic character. Amber is the character that.
I guess it all comes down to like I can't buy the fact that they like. That this thing was like it, like the first film, it made sense. Like they killed a guy. Like these people, like their friend fucked up his stunt. Like they didn't they didn't kill him. It would be different if that friend didn't.
But they're still responsible.
But I wouldn't blame myself. I'd be like, he fucked up his shit, dude. Like, I mean, like, yeah, we shouldn't have done that. It was kind of dumb, but like, it ain't like the guy was unaware of the scenario where the guy was chasing him and it was like a prank like that. So I can't buy it.
But
I just can't.
But everyone that was involved in there they were part of that prank though. They're the ones that put the truck there with the mattresses, blah blah blah.
Yeah, so, but what I'm saying is like it's not like they fucking did some like devious thing. Like it was an accidental death in
exactly.
That they were.
But there's always people that are criminally negligent in accidents.
Yeah, okay, but that's different from having self-blame. Like that's legal blame. I'm talking about like self-blame. Like you would beat yourself up if you killed somebody in the side of a road. But if one like it, yeah, okay, it was a bad idea and stuff, but. And it ended up pretty crappily, but it isn't like you in any way like it was.
See, the problem is with the whole thing is that it's a premeditated plan.
Yeah,
and that's why
if me and my friends were hanging out jumping off of a fucking pier and one of them died. Like, yeah, it would be sad and stuff, but it's like not my fault that he died jumping off the pier. We were hanging out all down there. Maybe it was my idea to go down there.
Yeah, I know, but that's all coincidental though. I mean, if you're just sitting around and some dude jumps off a bridge, it's like whatever. But this is a premeditated plan.
It's a premeditated plan to do some crazy stunt. It's no different than doing a backflip off.
I know. I'm just talking from a legal perspective.
Yeah, but I'm talking from. I understand that the legal thing. We already debated that. I'm just saying like the characters. Like I don't see why they're all like beat up over like this thing that they like. Like it made sense in the first film because they were scared.
What do you mean? It was their friend that died. Of course they're going to feel responsible for it.
That's not why they're not sad because he died. It never comes off like that to me. It comes off that they're living with this secret that they're beat up. But to me, it's like it doesn't seem as big of a deal, and I can't get behind.
No, it definitely doesn't. They don't get that. They don't dig that far into the psyche of the characters. But there is moments where they're kind of reminiscent. They do feel shitty for what happened to their buddy that died. But yeah, of course, it is more about survival mode now. They are all for themselves. And, I mean, to a certain point, until, the girls, until everyone kind of gets together more, they're kind of forced to a little bit, I guess. But, that's just the way it is, man. I don't really know how else to explain it. I mean, I feel like the characters they're doing exactly what they should be doing. I mean, they're really for themselves. I mean, how else can you say? I mean, that's what it is. It's a pack. They go their separate ways. It's like, okay, they have their moments and it is what it is. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I actually kind of enjoy this film because I do like the fact that they give the characters some type of, they make them kind of believable. I mean, at least you have these guys that they show them at their jobs and stuff. You've got this girl that's trying to make it big in the music biz. They explore these characters.
That's my issue too. Like, it seems so just like cliche in how it's done. Like, there's these executives from Hollywood that are here. They're going to be here for the show and they're going to see me. Oh, the guy from Hollywood. But that doesn't even matter. I'm talking about the initial main characters though. I mean, they showcase what they are. One dude's this big mechanic, and this chick's trying to make it in the music business. They actually take the time to show this. It's not like the worst thing in the world, man. Like, I mean, to be honest, I think the acting in this film is better than the previous two. I'm not gonna lie. I think pretty much everybody in this film is a better actor than everybody in the other films. Maybe more than fucking Freddie Prinze Jr.
Who's shitty in this one?
I like Brenda and Mekhi Phifer or whatever, and I don't know. I don't like these characters at all. They're fucking boring and plain to me.
I totally disagree, man. I think it gives them solid quality that they actually explore their personal lives and stuff, and especially with some of the dialogue too, man. Like, to me, it felt like real emotion, and I was expecting to fucking hate this film. I watched all three of these movies in a row I watched the first two, and I took like an hour break.
Do you think it's because you was expecting to hate it so much because it's not that bad? Which I agree, it's not that bad.
I've seen this movie before, but I was expecting to. I shouldn't say fucking hate it because I never really like absolutely hated this film before. I didn't think it was like the worst thing in the world, but I was just watching it from this vantage point and kind of looking at the characters and stuff. I'm like, man, there's really I actually kind of like the characters. I like what they did with some of them and stuff. It's believable to me. And I felt the acting is strong in this, man. And I felt the acting is really strong in this film. I do feel there's a lot of, I mean, this film is obviously major low budget, and the filmmaking is a little jarring at times because it's done with it's not like still cam, it's done by handhelds and stuff.
Dude,
a lot of the times.
The filmmaking in this movie with the camera shots and the quick cuts is so frustrating to me. I hate that style, dude. It drives me crazy.
Yeah, this is definitely it feels like a very almost independent type film with those type of editing skills, and I just don't know why they chose to use the handheld in certain scenes, especially because it doesn't need to be done like that. I felt
it's just an over stylized thing.
It is. It's a little bit over.
Probably thought looked cool.
It definitely, because there's scenes where characters are walking, but the filmmaker, like the DP, is like holding the camera, and I don't know, man. It just, there's way too many jarring moments with it. You're just like, what the fuck? Like, why is it moving like that? But yeah, that's one of my biggest complaints about this, man, is just the way the film was actually done. But
like, to me, like, also in the other two films, like, I at least believed that Brenda and like what's her face, Jennifer Love Hewitt, were actually friends. Like, none of these people feel like they even liked each other or would even be hanging out.
Well, the thing is, they talk about the history with the two girls. Like, they were like really good friends and stuff like that. They do actually.
Yeah, the two girls are the only ones that actually do feel legit. But like the other ones don't. Like the girl and her previous boyfriend and stuff. Like, I don't know, dude. It's just.
Well, the guys actually weren't. I think it even says that they weren't even that close of friends or whatever before. Like, they were acquaintances, but it was more about the two lead girls in this. Really, I do feel that in the middle of the film, it does get a little gaggable with their sappy bullshit. You know how girls kind of mend their relationships and bullshit. Yeah, man.
But even like with the cop and like how he had a like little crush on the girl. Like, I don't know. Like, it all just felt so lame to me, dude. Like, all the characters.
That's another thing I have noted here that I didn't like, man. I feel like that is just so forced because this cop all of a sudden is having this huge crush on this girl that's, you know, like, he's a way fucking older. It just didn't feel natural at all. It's like you're a cop, dude. You shouldn't be acting like a goddamn creep. You know, that's one. Yeah, it's fucking stupid too. But
like to me, like the whole, again, back with the beginning of the film, like how it came out, like to me it feels like, okay, one of these guys played the fucking slicker killer guy, and like when the cops like interrogate them, like I just feel like they would, like their stories would have been fucked up, and like I don't know, like it just did not feel like natural enough to me for it to
really
even, like I feel like they would have somebody would have been like me and been like, well, fuck, shit, I wasn't wearing the fucking slicker, like yeah, this was sort of like a plan that we had, but like all I did was come up with a few ideas. I don't know, it's again with that.
But that's a different though. Like, I mean, if you don't think that you're going to get in trouble, you're probably going to say that. But if you know real law, if you're part of the plan, you're negligent. I'm serious, man. I'm dead fucking serious.
I've seen people get out of fucking crazier shenanigans than that, man.
Well, trust me, man. I'm not going to say I'm like a law expert, but I really, really love my law shit, man. Up here, you'd be negligent. I'm just saying. So,
I mean, you might catch a little charge or something, but I just don't feel like you're not going to be like, well, like they're worrying in the first film. They're worrying about going to jail for life.
No, but they're naive characters. They're naive characters.
Too naive.
You might not go to jail forever. Of course, you're not going to go for jail forever.
But
it's
get
just
jail time.
It's the simple fact of, you know, being in trouble at all for that, because
I mean, there's
the
people
biggest thing,
who have been in like, you know, car wrecks and stuff who accidentally killed other people, and like I don't know, man, it's just it's just the setup.
That's not premeditated though, right? So it's a totally different scenario.
It is different. It's a
totally different scenario. But yeah, man, I mean, I don't know, man. This movie is, of course, without its faults, man. It has these stupid fucking dream sequences, which I can't stand. I've said it so many times. It's like dreams within dreams, and oh my God, seriously. You know, it's got all those cliched moments. You know, the characters are, you know, paranoid and dream sequences, and I'm just like, oh my God, here we go.
Listen,
again.
I know a couple, right? I know a couple who literally was babysitting one of their friends' daughters, and both their daughter and their friend's daughter drowned at the river, and they were both there, and neither of them caught any charges.
Okay, they could just be a legitimate accident, though.
I mean, but isn't that negligence?
It could be. It depends what the circumstances are. I don't know what all the evidence is, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I just feel like it's
different though, man. If she was by the water and she walked away and stuff, and she's supposed to be watching, that is negligence. If you're there and they drowned legitimately in front of you, if they drown and they're legitimately in front and you're trying, it's totally different. It depends on what the scenario is. You have to examine all the evidence, and you know, it's just the way it is, right? There's certain things that can totally change a case, but I don't know, man.
I'm tired, man.
I honestly don't mind this movie, man.
I don't know why. There's so much. The same shit's wrong with this one that's wrong with the other two.
No, I find it a lot more enjoyable. Honestly, I really kind of enjoyed the characters. I thought the Rocket
movie looks like it was filmed with a goddamn toaster as well.
Yeah,
it's blurry at times, dude.
It does. It's not, like I said. Yeah, the cinematography is not the greatest in this. The film style, whatever they shot this on, which I believe they shot this on film, because it's super fucking grainy, man. The DVD is super grainy, which is kind of interesting that this would have been done like that too. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think that I do kind of like the killer in this one, man. I think he looks fucking scary as hell in this.
Yeah, he looks pretty good.
I think the killer is probably the scariest he's looked in the three films. I think the ending is pretty cool. It's kind of odd when you get the reveal in this one and you're like, oh, what the fuck? You know, it's kind of a strange moment, but you know, knowing that ahead of time, exactly, that the killer was basically the ghost of the fisherman is essentially what it was. So
it was filmed on 35.
35, yeah. So that's what I was thinking. But
yeah,
it's interesting how they shot on 35 millimeter and they fucking handheld that shit, man. It's fucking wild. Cause it's,
I mean, it's not
very discombobulating. You know, it's kind of like, it's almost distracting at times, but
that's intentional though, which is like, it's a weird style that I don't like.
No, but there's times in the film where it doesn't, I don't even know why they would have done it.
It's only when the killer's on screen, dude.
No, there's actually.
I think it's supposed to lend to like the supernatural effect of him.
Oh yeah, for sure. I get that. But no, there is actually other times where the camera work is a little mixed matchy too. Mm-hmm. With just characters walking and things like that. Yeah, I don't know. Just inexperienced filmmaking, I would assume. You know, I understand what they're trying to do. You know, kind of, you know, make that shit all like supernatural and stuff. You know, relatable to the ghost, but. Yeah, but if you're gonna do it in other scenes while characters are just walking from point A to point B, yeah, it's probably you're kind of losing your touch with you know, your focus of the film. So, but yeah, I don't know. I really did like the music in the film too. I thought it was actually kind of good. Yeah, kind of fit for what exactly we're doing. This movie kind of has the mediocre body count. I think there was 7 kills in this one. What did you like about the very, very end of the film?
The cliffhanger again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking got sick of it by the 3rd time, man.
I know. I was like, are you fucking kidding me, man? Because like, I mean, they obviously have to do this because who knows? Somebody might make I Know What You Did Last Summer part 4.
There's a remake announced now.
I know. So.
Which honestly, like, they could improve on it. It ain't like the first one's a perfect film or anything.
Oh, big time. Yep.
So, yeah, man, I don't know, dude. Like I liked this one more back in the day when I seen it the first time. This time, I really didn't care for it that much. I liked the idea, the core concept about like the.
Did you marathon these films again?
No, I watched this
you
one
marathon
today, but I was really tired. I kept having to.
Okay.
Like,
because I was
sit up.
That's honestly why. That's honestly why I watched the first 2 films last night, and then I took a break purposely to clear my mind. And just kind of go in this, you know, just, you know, totally objective. And I really enjoyed it. I mean, like, I think I'm exaggerating really too much here. It's not a great film, but I think I was more or less surprised with the.
There's just not like, dude, like to me, like nothing happens. Like fucking nothing happens in the middle of the movie. Like what happens? Tell me what happens.
But it's exactly like the first film, man. There's just a lot of,
but there's like
almost unnecessary.
I should say narrative going on in the first film.
Yeah, I know, but this one's more. It's more about developing their characters and their bonds. They're trying to mesh.
What are they developing? Like, there's nothing.
I'm not saying the middle is good. I'm not. I already said that the middle was kind of fucking stupid with the whole it's gaggable fucking girl bondage and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, it's
now,
not the greatest
girl bondage. I'm down.
Yeah. But I don't know, man. I mean, it just makes sense. The way the characters interact with each other, they're all pissed off because, especially with the guys and the girls, man, because they're obviously not close. And it just felt believable to me. I'm like, hey, this guy's like, fuck her. And she's like, fuck him. And, but they're still really trying to work on exactly.
Maybe what it is for me is because since they're doing the same scenario in which they're regretting something that they did, but it's a lesser thing, maybe that's why I just can't get on board with it, because it's like, we already had this one that was so intense and real that if this one's lesser, then I automatically am going to like it less. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that makes me angry because it's like, why couldn't you just done something that was like bigger or like, you know, like it's just the way that played out. Like maybe that's what I just didn't like. That's a stupid choice. Like do something more creative, and you know, like why couldn't they have accidentally? Why couldn't they have just not let that guy that was skating in on the prank? That would have made it totally more justifiable.
I know, but we have to review the film on what we're seeing, not what we wish we were seeing.
No,
right?
But you can say that why it was a bad choice to do it that way, though.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely
but
not.
Doesn't that make more sense, right? Like if he died and it's like, oh shit, like we accidentally killed our friend because he thought the killer was serious and we didn't get time to tell him that it was a joke and he fell off the thing and he died. Like that would make so much more sense to keep it a secret then.
Mm-hmm.
Why let him in on the joke at all? No, seriously, that's a serious question.
I don't know.
Look, I just wrote a better movie. That's why I can't get it.
I don't know.
I'm just telling me that won't be better.
It might be. It might be. I mean, depending on if they shot the film not annoying, but you know, I mean, it all depends on certain things, man. But I don't really know what else to say about the film, man. I mean, there's not really much else to say.
Yeah,
at all. I mean, I think one thing that we didn't mention, this is by far the bloodiest and goriest of the films. By far. There's 7 kills. There's actually blood and pretty decent kills. The effects are practical. There's a scene where a chick gets her stomach gutted pretty good, and you can actually see it. And I was like, oh, that's actually not the worst thing in the world. I mean, it's not like fucking the goriest thing in the world, but at least it's there. At least they're trying. They were trying. So I'll give them that credit. So, right? You got to say though, you have to tell me that this one, at least they went that extra limit, and the kills were kind of, I mean, they weren't the most creative things in the world, but they weren't the worst. And there was some moments in here where they tried some things that I think are a little too big. There's like a rigging moment with an engine that like just seems like it fails on all levels because they totally don't get the killer. I just find that fucking scene to be hilarious, but, oh yeah. And there's one major fail in this film that I noticed too. There's a scene where they're going through the scrapbook of old clippings of, the previous, I Know What You Did Last Summer films. And it shows a clipping from the second film, and it says 4 teens killed on a Bahamas island. What the fuck is that? What the hell is that even alluding to? First of all, if you're going to say 4 teens were killed, you're alluding to the 4 main characters. They did not die. 2 of them did not.
But 3 of them did.
Yeah, I know, but it's saying 4.
I'm trying to think if there was like a 4th.
Of the main, no.
I mean, might have been another teenager there somewhere.
That's the thing. I kind of looked at it.
That is kind of a flub.
Yeah, big time. And I don't know if that's, I mean, it says Bahamas Island. So, I mean, it's obviously referring to the previous sequel. Cause they're talking about like the urban legend that this thing actually.
I mean, maybe, what's her face died later in the hospital. Brenda or whatever, Brianna.
Could be. I have no idea. I have no idea what they're trying to get at.
Because you don't see her when it's only what's her face and Ray at the end.
That is true.
But anyway, yeah, man. Anything else you have on this one?
I don't know. What did you think when they actually showed the killer's face?
I liked it. You know, I didn't. It could be better, obviously, but I was down with that. Like,
I kind of dug it, actually. I was like, damn. I like the moment where dude is like, they kind of chop off his arm a little bit, and he's like, what the fuck? He's like, what the fuck is that black shit coming out of his arm?
Yeah.
That's what I was like.
At first, I thought it was going to be like the hook was how they killed him or something. Like, they jab him with the hook or something from the original, because he bought it off of eBay. Remember, the original hook used in the murder.
You have to say that the the way they kill the killer is it's quite ambitious.
Yeah, but it doesn't make much sense.
It doesn't make any sense, but it's like, why? Like, they went out of their ways to, kind of set up that.
Yeah, but that's like also another like cliche moment where it's like there's this big fucking thing at the end where you know that that's.
Oh, I know.
Shit.
I know, and it just kind of adds to the mystery of this film. It's like, it's just, okay, he's supernatural, but this can happen. I'm just like, this is so fucking strange to me, man. I don't know. It's a plot written. I mean, it's a mess of a film at times.
This is a roll your eyes film. Honestly, it is. Like, I feel like I roll my eyes at like everything the characters are saying, like everything they're doing, like to me, just the overall nature of like the incident that happens. Like, it's a roll your eyes moment.
Okay. You want to get into ratings on this one?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Right.
To me, like, I really, really like the setup of the film in terms of like the super, like the killer's real, like he's a real legend, and like I thought it was interesting, do something a little bit different. There was some decent kills in the film, but the rest of the film is just eye rolling and just I don't give a fuck. Like that's the general feeling I get when these people are speaking to each other. Like, I don't give a fuck what you're saying right now. Like, and I know you kind of had that with the other 2 films, but I had it more with this one. I just, like, the cop, every time he would speak, would be like, shut the fuck up. Like, nobody cares about your, like, puppy dog love thing going on. Like, it's so fucking lame. It's painfully lame. And if the final 20 minutes of this film are great, like the final chase scenes and like when they're in the thing and the killer's like slashing at him and he's like has his legs spread and they're like under him in like the carport or whatever it is, like that's the stuff that I like, the action and things like that. But all the dialogues and different relationships and the sad things that they're all feeling for, like the way that thing went down and the way that it went down in general. I don't care. Bad choice. In my opinion, it was a terrible choice the way it went. Moodz disagrees, or not. He doesn't really disagree that it was not done super well. He just disagrees on the legal actions. But he's probably right. I don't know much about legal stuff.
Probably, yeah.
But I mean, I've seen so many people get out of shit. Like, I mean, I've got out of shit. Like, it's insane. Like, I just didn't feel like I don't know how much of it feels like a slap on the wrist type thing. But yeah, this is a movie that I don't really like all that much. Like, I like certain ideas about it, but I think it's pretty weak, and I think it's definitely weaker than the other two in terms of entertainment value. I give it a 4.5 out of 10, below average.
Yeah, I disagree with this one. And for some reason, I just kind of connected with these characters a lot more. I just felt like right away that
roll your eyes.
The act, oh, for sure, man. Like, there's moments in this film where I'm just like, I even wrote down gaggable fucking relations, blah blah blah. You know, it's like
that was the worst though. That was his low.
There is parts in the middle and stuff, but I do feel for the characters, man. Like, you know, there's something about the way they're delivering their lines and stuff. It just feels so much. It's so honest to me. I felt like everyone actually wasn't that bad of an actor. I mean, from the main core, the main four actors in the film and stuff, I thought they're all pretty decent. Mixed in, you know, with a pretty decent body count. At least the practical effects were there. But there's so many things about the film too that just bugged the shit out of me, like the jarring cinematography in it at times.
Oh yeah, that too.
It's really, really hard to watch at times. You're just like, fuck. It's almost at times you're thinking, is this found footage? It's like to the point of that, you're like, wow, that's really fucked up. Again, no tits, no nudity, no sex. I mean, these films really do stray away from that, which, you know, at the time, after 3 films, you're kind of like, okay, I kind of respect it that they're really sticking to their guns here. And they're really not.
No, fuck that. I don't respect that. Like, the third one that's direct to video, you should have some tits.
You know, you would think there would be, right? You think there would be. But I think this one gives the characters a little bit of balance too, you know, and, you know, I mean, at least it showcases exactly who they are and stuff. And I don't know, man, I kind of got into the relationships a little bit, even though it did last a little bit too long in the middle of the film. But like you said, the last 20, 25 minutes of the film are actually pretty exciting, and it's pretty interesting when you find out the reveal that, you know, the killer is supernatural. He's like the ghost of, you know, the previous films. I think that's really interesting because it kind of makes you think, you're like, okay, is he just avenging, you know, this prank because he knew about it? And it kind of keeps it open a little bit, and you kind of think about it, use your own discretion to figure out what it is. But I don't know, man. There's moments in this film I really do like, lots that I don't. But for some odd reason, I do like this film more than the second one. I'm going to give it 5.5 out of 10. I really do.
Well, I mean, it's slightly less retarded than the second one. I mean, I will agree with that. Like, this one's more
you have
coherent in terms of plot. I think the setup is fucking atrocious.
I think the fact of the matter is that the straight to video film didn't try to fucking use stupid jokes like the second film. And it really didn't try to be something that it wasn't trying to be. It was just, okay, we're just going to use this.
I give it props for being played like straight serious, honestly, because you could have easily not done that.
But it was playing itself serious. It was taking itself serious, but not too serious at the same time. It wasn't like getting crazy over the top. Yeah. Which it never does. You know, it kind of stays on that level.
You know what, man?
Even though it has a really kind of, you know, use your own judgment ending. If you dig the supernatural element or you believe it or whatever, I think it's cool.
You know, when you watch like a sitcom or you watch a sitcom and they're always filming like in the house, but then they go outside and the footage is always like different, like quality, or like an after school special where like they have like outside footage that's all like shitty looking, or even like just any situation where they go and or like a soap opera where they show like a car chase or something. That's how that whole like skateboard scene was like filmed. It just looked shitty, dude. I have so much beef with that whole fucking thing, man. It's garbage.
Yeah, I honestly don't. I don't think it's overly that bad, to be honest, but I don't know,
maybe
man.
I'm just a hater, dude. I don't know, man.
No, I'm not. No, you're entitled to your own opinion. I'm not even. It is what it is. I mean, I just don't think it's really that bad. I think this movie is actually a lot better. I think
it's just at the core of the whole story of the film, and it's just done so poorly compared to the first one. And I am doing a direct comparison with that because it's such a similar scene.
Yeah.
I just can't. I just never on board.
For sure, it's like
and if you can't get on board with that first scene, I don't think you can really get on board with a lot of what's happening in the movie because that's the whole.
I think it intrigued me because, watching the film again and not getting what I was kind of expecting was, that over the top comedy and things like that. I just didn't really remember the film at all, and I was like, wow, it's actually playing itself serious. I'm not minding these characters, and I don't know, man. I was digging it. I
am a little surprised. I gotta say, I was expecting you to not really care for it too much. Like, I think the coolest part about it is like taking it like supernatural. Yeah, that is true. Like 5.5 is not that good of a rating. Like it's technically good, but not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what do we have? Point difference in our ratings.
Yeah, you had 4.5. That was actually the only under par rating. I was actually quite surprised by that.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. What do you feel about like this trilogy as a whole?
I think it needs. I think it honestly could be improved big time. I think there's a lot of problems with it. The first film just has such a great idea to it that I think, could be definitely improved on, especially in the middle parts of the film. The second one, I feel it's that fucking Jack Frost 2, man. It's Jack Frost 2 is what it is to me, man. It's so silly. The movie is just silly. It adds comedic elements with a retarded storyline and twists and turns where you're just like, what the fuck? I'm literally falling through my couch in these plot holes, man. It's like, what the fuck? And then the third one is an interesting one because it almost plays out like a remake at first, but then it kind of ties into the original films, and it's just kind of a messy trilogy, really, is what it is.
Yeah,
it's weird.
It is kind of odd that
I don't think it gives you what you think it's going to be. I think this trilogy doesn't give you what you think it's going to be. I think when you go into it, I think you're probably thinking it's going to be this very kind of typical stock and slash type, kind of straightforward slashes, which you kind of get in the second film. But the whole thing is just not really like that, Yeah,
it's very weird. It's not. It's definitely an oddball trilogy. I mean, they did announce a remake that's supposed to come out at the beginning of 2017, I believe. Apparently, Sony says it's top priority for them to get to do it, so we'll see what happens with that. Then we'll have to do another podcast.
So Sony still owns right. Because what happened with the second film? Because the first one was put out by Sony, the second one was put out by Columbia, and then the third one was put out by Sony again. So Sony still has the rights. So what was up with the second film? Why did Columbia put it out?
Columbia put it out?
Yeah, Columbia Pictures. Yeah, Columbia TriStar put out the second one, but then the third one was Sony.
Wait, TriStar put out the first one too. I believe. Didn't they? Hold on, I'm gonna have to get into the production.
What? It's actually fucking Columbia. Yeah, these are all owned by. Oh, maybe it's the same. Is Columbia and Sony? Oh, shit! I don't even know. Well, actually, I just grabbed the back of this thing. I was like, "Okay, this one's put out with Sony. It says Columbia on the first, and the second one says Columbia, and then the third one."
Yeah, that's because Sony owns Columbia now.
So I don't know what the hell's going on. Alrighty, so I guess that's probably going to conclude episode 82 here. I hope you guys enjoyed it, man. I was really, really having a great time tonight. Or having a great time. I had a great time tonight, I should say. Yeah, man, JP, great to be back in the booth.
Absolutely.
Some horror knowledge for the folk out there. And, yeah, man, hopefully we can do this again real soon because, it'll be a shame if we can't. We got a lot of good shows lined up if we can get to them. Just a matter of, if it works out, but I'm sure it will, because I'm, trying to be very optimistic about this. Love doing this. So, but yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the show. JP, take us out of here.
Yeah, everybody, it's good to be back. Hopefully we come back right away with another episode. By right away, I don't mean next week, but hopefully, relatively soon after that. I mean, I do miss it a lot. I was actually going through withdrawals with it. Thanks to everybody for checking out the show. I did recently check iTunes, and we have got, I think, 3 more reviews since the last time I looked. I think we're at about 14 or 17. I think 17 ratings, 14 reviews.
Damn.
Guys, I mean, it helps tremendously if you review. So, I mean, and remember, anybody who leaves reviews will automatically be entered in any contest we do in the future. So definitely do that. You can check out the website, 22shotsofmoodsandhorror.com. Join the Facebook group, Facebook/group/22 Shots Podcast. You got Twitter, 22 Shots Podcast, horrorphilia.com, YouTube, I'm Double Shot J, that's Moodz616. We're done. We're through. We're out.
Peace.